To go ahead and start our meeting. This is the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. It's December 15th, 2022. We are not going to take action yet. We're waiting on a fifth member of our committee so that we'll have a quorum. But we do want to welcome Representative Dan Osman here, who is the new, but I won't say improved, Vic Miller. He's not here today, so he's substituting for Vic, and we are expecting Senator McGinn to be here shortly, Representative Humphreys, and Senator Haley. So I will ask Merle to go ahead and call attendance, even though we pretty much know who's here and who's not, but for the record.
Correct, Madam Chair. So the attendance, Senator Brenda Dietrich.
Here.
Present. Representative Bradley Ralph.
Present.
Here. Senator David Haley. He did indicate he may be running a little late, ma'am. Senator Carolyn McGinn. I think she's still arriving. Senator Susan Humphreys. Representative Susan Humphreys. Representative Mark Samsel. Here. Representative Dan Osman. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ma'am, you have 4 of the 7 members.
Very good. I believe there's a report you would like to give us. Am I correct? So this is I might just say, this is our final meeting of this interim committee session. So this is our 4th meeting of claims against the state, and we do have a little bit longer meeting today. Welcome, Representative Humphreys. Thank you. We just started. We had some technical glitches. You have not missed a thing. So, Merle, did you want to review?
I did. Ma'am, in the packet, I would draw the members' attention in your PDF packet, should be page 1. There is a document with the header SB 267, sections 2 through 5, status of claims payments. On October 6th, the Office of Accounts and Reports at the Department of Administration provided this report regarding payment of claims directed by the 22 session. So these are claims that the committee heard last interim and the last session directed payment of these claims. So we provide this to members just to close the loop and let you know the status of those payments. All those claims have been paid with the exception of one, the payment from El Dorado Correctional Facility to inmate Roger Deere in the amount of $138.45. On December 7th, the KDOC submitted an update indicating the claimant was provided but has not signed release forms that are required prior to payment. No reason was provided by the claimant, so it's really unclear whether the claimant is sort of protesting, or it may just be a matter if he has not had an opportunity to sign the document. And the agency notes that they will urge the claimant to complete the form. So just wanted to provide that so members had some closure on those claims. So we'll do something similar to this year with all the claims that you're considering now.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions about that report on those claim payouts? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Merle. So if we are ready, I just want to remind everybody that we will break for lunch, and then after lunch, we'll approve minutes. Merle?
Ma'am, I do just want to provide the group. We have some updates regarding the agenda, some items that we submit this to the committee to consider because it may impact or decrease the afternoon schedule. And so to follow along, I would refer to your agenda because this can get a little bit confusing. For claim number 7287, Dion Jamal Green versus the El Dorado Correctional Facility at 11:15 a.m. The claimant withdraws the claim due to recent settlement of the facility claim for a depreciated value in the amount of $100.91. The signed withdrawal form is included in your PDF packet. So the committee generally does take action. If the facility claim is resolved, the committee typically either denies or dismisses without prejudice the legislative claim.
So you're going to ask us to do that?
Yes, we would ask that the committee takes some sort of action on that. And so that can be, you can take that action early and then we can sort of scratch that off the agenda and maybe move some things up in the afternoon. So that's the simple one. That's the withdrawal. A couple of more claims that get a little more complicated. Claims number 7291, 7292, 7293. These are all claims from Patrick Lynn starting at 2:15 p.m. Agency is requesting to carry over these claims to allow time to investigate. Agency indicated there is overlapping issues among these 3 claims and there is pending litigation involved in these as well. And the agency respondent, the Department of Corrections, Ms. Schneider, is here if members have more details on, would like to hear more details on this. I'm sorry, ma'am, did you have a question?
No, I would just like to remind everybody that, as you have reminded me, that when we carry over and it's our last meeting, it's going to be many months before this claim will be heard and might be paid out.
That is correct, ma'am. This is the final authorized meeting date for this committee during this interim. So when we say something is carryover, it means that it will not be dealt with until the next interim. So, several months from now. It's not uncommon for the committee to carry those over between interims, though they do try to minimize that in the past. So continuing on, claim 7308, Derek Richard at 3:20 p.m. The agency is also requesting to carry over this item. If you'll remember, if you saw this, you would recognize this claim. We have, in fact, heard this claim before. This Derek Richard previously submitted claim 7233 for the same amount and similar circumstance. Claimant states he was hospitalized for salmonella poisoning due to being served food service that was improperly prepared by kitchen staff. The committee did hear this claim on October 6, 2022, and recommended it be dismissed without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2 to allow claimant to first exhaust administrative and judicial remedies. Claimant resubmitted the claim 7308 on November 7th, 2022. Committee Rule 3B states that any claim previously denied without prejudice and refiled shall be considered as a new claim. So that is why you're seeing this back. And the claimant did include some new documents with that claim. And then the last item I want to bring up among the carryover is claim 7306, Juan Ayala at 3:30 p.m. Agency is requesting to carry over to allow more time to investigate. This claim was released on October 27th, or I'm sorry, on October 22nd. Committee staff attempted to contact him at the contact number he provided. He did not respond until late last night. He did leave me a voicemail that he's currently in the hospital, so he may not be as available as well. So those are the carryover items, and that there is one more claim 7303 and claim 7304, Ryan Gogan at 2:40 p.m. We have heard from the agency that the claimant may not be available due to illness, so we are contacting them this morning to confirm that. So that's sort of less critical than the others.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions? Representative Humphreys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if this isn't the right time to ask this question, just you can let me know. But if I could ask Merle a question on the 321 with Derek Richard, that he submitted some new information and the agency is asking to carry it over because they haven't been able to review the new information, or it's not relevant to us, or what? Why are we carrying that one over? Or why are they asking that we carry that one over?
Correct. And the agency may be able to provide more, but in discussions with the agency, it sounds like there is litigation also related to this salmonella poisoning issue. And so they're asking more time to investigate that. And I think perhaps to allow the civil litigation to possibly play out.
Okay, so can we find out for sure if that's the case when we get to it or whenever is appropriate?
She is available, ma'am, if you want to call her.
Are you prepared to explain now? Would that be all right, Representative Humphreys?
Yes.
We'll welcome you to the podium then if you'd want to explain.
Good morning. On each of these carryovers, all five of them, the three Lynn cases, Richard and Ayala, there is pending litigation in the courts right now. And that has relation to the issues raised in the claims. On Mr. Richard specifically, at his last time at the last hearing, he raised some issues about a salmonella event at the facility. The committee asked me to go ahead and find out some information. I think Senator McGinn asked me to find out about food inspection things, and I did provide that to the committee. But the facility staff attorney asked me to get this claim, to request a carryover of this claim, present claim, because of the pending litigation, because he does have a civil lawsuit pending relating to the same thing. So
So he's not, hasn't exhausted all.
Sounds that way.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Samsel.
Thank you. I had a question on a similar note, but it seems like typically on these, rather than continuing them over from docket to docket, especially with the new membership coming in, that we would dismiss these without prejudice under Rule 2. And then that way, if they need to later, they can refile it. But I mean, litigation may go on for months, years, something of that nature.
So when we get to those on our agenda, I'll be looking for a motion.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Merle, to
No, ma'am.
regarding the agenda? All right, very good. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us, but I think we'll be able to move through this pretty quickly. Our very first claimant is claim number 7296, Michael Seastrom versus Department of Administration for $1,989.45. Are we, he is attending virtually. Is he here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Seastrom is online, and whenever you're ready, ma'am, you can cue him.
Mr. Seastrom, can you hear me? This is Senator Dietrich.
Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. So I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature, and the committee is hearing your claim number 7296 in the amount of $1,989.45. You're on, we can hear you, we can't see you, so I want to make sure you can hear us. The committee has been provided all the documentation that you've presented for your claim for our review and the description of the loss. I'm going to give you the chance to tell the committee anything more you would want to share with us here in just a second. When you're done, I'm going to ask the attorney for the Department of Administration to also present their side of the issue. And when that's completed, the committee will take time to consider your claim and give you a written determination within 21 days following the date of that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Okay. So what would you like to tell us about your claim? Anything more we need to know? Go ahead.
No, not really. I was just on my way to work that morning and I pulled into the parking garage and the door to the far right has always been malfunctioning. But when I pulled in, you got to kind of go over the speed bump as soon as you clear the gate. And when I went over the speed bump, I heard the scrape on the roof and didn't think that much of it, So I started to pull in. Well, that's when you start to ascend the hill a little bit and the scrape just progressively went down the roof. And that's when I realized that the door apparently wasn't up all the way. So it damaged my roof and broke my antenna. And that's pretty much it.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seastrom. We have the agency representation here. Pat Doran, would you like to give us the agency's recommendation or side of this issue? Welcome. Would you introduce yourself?
Of course. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. I'm Pat Doran, Chief Counsel for the Department of Administration. We agree that on the morning of October 7th, there was a malfunction of the security gate at the west entrance to the Curtis garage. Merle, were you able to share photos with members of the committee? If you look at that photo, there is a long piece of metal at the bottom of the security gate that fits between the curbing on either side of the drive leading into the garage. The security gate did not go up all the way that morning, and as accurately shared by Mr. Seastrom, it did cause damage to the top of his 2019 Ram 1500. The Department of Administration has no objection to his claim.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions? Mr. Seastrom, is there anything more you would like to add?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so.
Well, thank you so much for being with us here today. We've got the recommendation from the Department of Administration, and we will take action on this at a later point in time in our agenda.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you. Mr. Dorn as well. All right. My mic went off. Our second claim today is claim number 7300, and that is claimant Kenneth McGovern versus the Department of Administration for property damage in the amount of $6,646.45. And are you attending in person? There you are. I thought you were there. Hi, welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
So you heard what I said earlier to the previous claimant. This is the special claims against the state. I'm the chair, Senator Dietrich. We've got all of the documentation that you submitted.
Correct.
And we have reviewed that. We'll give you a chance to tell us your side of the situation in just a second. And then we'll ask you any questions if we should have some. And also we'll ask the agency to present their determinations as well. And we may ask some more questions and then you'll get a determination within 21 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what would you like to tell us? And welcome.
Mine is similar.
Would you introduce yourself just
I'm
for the
sorry.
record?
My name is Ken McGovern. Mine is similar to Mr. Seastrom. In mine, when I talked to the dealership to repair, they're talking having the vehicle for minimum of 2 weeks. So in my presentation, I put a vehicle at a rental, and I'm sorry, I can't remember the dollar figures, but that's what is in mine documentation.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn, would you like to come to the podium again? If you don't mind, reintroduce yourself. Thank you.
Of course, Pat Doran, Chief Counsel with the Department of Administration. Again, this damage was due to a malfunction of the security gate on October 7th. With respect to Mr. McGovern's claim, the Department of Administration has no objection to the amount of requested repairs. That amount is $2,803.45. However, the department does feel the requested amount for car rental is too high. The amount is $3,843 for 3 weeks. We went and did a reservation from Enterprise, which is the recommended place to get a state discount, and to get an F-150 rental through them would be $375.38 per week, resulting in a 3-week amount of $1,268.59. We believe that is a more appropriate amount to pay for car rental for the 3-week period. So our recommendation is to pay the full amount for the damage done to the vehicle, but a lesser amount for car rental.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions? Representative Samsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this gate been fixed and this was an isolated incident, it sounds like, or at least day?
There has been continuing work on this gate since this time, and yes, as of yesterday, I believe it has been fixed.
Thank you, sir. I had one question for Mr. McGovern at the appropriate time.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Dorn? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McGovern, would you come up to the microphone? We have a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. McGovern, good morning. Do you work for the state of Kansas?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Thank you for serving Kansans. Would you like to address at all the difference in price between the rental vehicles or where you're at on that?
Where I looked at, I just went online and looked at a vehicle through just online, and that's the numbers I came up with. I don't have an objection to what he's saying. I just went online, looked at the pricing, and that's what I quoted it as 3 weeks, because I don't know whether it's going to be 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a week, and I'm satisfied if they can get it done in a week. I'm great with that. If it takes 2 weeks, I'm all right with that. So
Okay, so you haven't had the repairs done yet?
No, I have not.
Okay, and not out of pocket yet then, any cost for the rental?
Correct.
Okay, and do you have that discount that they're talking about if you were to use?
I can make contact with them and figure out how to do that, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank-
very much. Committee, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you.
For being here today.
Appreciate
Thank you,
your time.
Mr. Doran. Appreciate your time. Happy holidays. Okay, committee, our next claimant is claim number 7280. It's a carryover. Corey Jones, Larned Correctional Facility, $236.92. And do we have him available? Are you dialing today? Okay. Share the joy of dialing.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Corey Jones available?
This is him speaking.
Very good. Mr. Jones?
This is,
Hi.
yes, ma'am.
This is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We have you on speakerphone, and the committee is hearing your claim number 7280 in the amount of $236.92. And we have all that documentation that you've submitted to us in front of us. So in just a moment, we'll ask you if there's anything more you would want to tell us about your claim. When you're done, we'll ask the attorney for the department to also present any information we should know. And then when that's completed, the committee will take time to determine your claim and give you our written decision within 21 days of that decision. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
very
ma'am.
good. Why don't you go ahead? Welcome to the committee. Tell us anything you want us to know.
Well, really everything I had to say was at the last hearing and everything, so I don't have any extra that I have to say at this time because I can't really think of nothing new to say because I said everything at the last hearing.
Very good. So you hang on just a minute, Mr. Jones, and we'll ask the attorney for the Department of Corrections to give us some more information, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Libby.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself for the record, and then we'll...
I apologize. Libby Snyder, I represent the Department of Corrections. As noted by Mr. Jones, this was heard at the previous hearings. He has alleged that his television was stolen on June 6th, and he reported it to staff and directed them to a resident identified as Mr. Baker. He says that his television was located. It was held as evidence for a disciplinary hearing. 6 days later, he filed a facility claim, and it was determined in that investigation that no television belonging to him was held in the disciplinary office as evidence, and no television had been included in a previous inventory of his property in February of 2022. In response to the present claim, facility staff advised that there was no disciplinary report written. There were no disciplinary reports written at the time of the alleged theft. Mr. Jones's allegation that he spoke with the property claim lady, Ms. Riedel, was denied by Ms. Riedel. It was also noted that no television was included in an inventory of his property in May of 2022. At the last hearing, the committee requested additional information, and staff has advised that there was a resident. They asked me to identify who is Baker. There was a resident in the same living unit named Braylon Baker, but he did not have any disciplinary actions against him during that time. I was also asked to find if there were any evidentiary proceedings concerning his television. There were no disciplinary reports written for any stolen television at the time of the alleged theft. There were no televisions belonging to Mr. Jones in the disciplinary area. Mr. Jones had recently told staff that he received a letter from the legislative claims people who said that if we offered him a television, he would drop his claim. When they asked to see his letter, Mr. Jones stated that he had made this up. In short, the department can find no evidence to support his claim that he had possession of a television on the date of the alleged theft or that any theft occurred. Records indicate that he did not have a television when his property was inventoried in February or May. He has described a conversation with staff that has been denied, and he has admitted to falsely reporting a letter regarding his present legislative claim. We do continue to recommend denial of the claim, and if it is not denied, we do submit that any recovery should be limited to the depreciated value cited in the letter.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions? Mr. Jones, is there anything more you
Yes,
want?
ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Humphries has a question. One moment.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so I guess he did have a TV a few months before that on, well, September of 21. Says there was a TV.
I believe that's correct.
So just, do you have any idea what happened? I mean, you know, he has a TV, he doesn't have a TV. I mean, do you keep a record, like what happened to that TV? I mean, how, you know, when you say in February that his inventory said he didn't have one, okay. So what happened to that TV?
It's not clear to me, because we're finding this out in retrospect, and when we go back and look at previous inventories, he just doesn't have it. It's possible he traded it away. It's possible it was damaged and he got rid of it. It's possible that somebody took it from him prior to this event. I mean, there are all kinds of possibilities and speculation about what could have happened. But what the records show is that in February, he didn't have a television. In May, he didn't have a television. And we can't find any evidence that he had a television on the date that he says it was stolen. So, and we can't find anything that indicates that substantiates what he's alleging happened.
And just to make clear, Mr. Baker corroborates that. I mean, he says the same.
I don't know if anybody consulted with Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker was not the subject of any disciplinary report at the time.
No, I understand that. But did he know if there was a TV in the room? That's his question.
Mr. Baker is the other inmate who Mr. Jones says stole the television.
Yes, I understand.
So, I'm sorry?
I mean, my question just was, if I understand correctly, they were in the same unit. They were the same space.
Living unit, but not necessarily the same room or cell.
Okay. Just didn't know if you talked to him and say, what's your TV?
I didn't understand him to be a roommate or cellmate. I think this is somebody that he says he directed him to somebody in another cell in the same living unit who he says took the TV. And then from that, he tells the story that they did find the TV in there.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, and is there anything more that you want to say to us, to the committee?
Yes, about the Mr. Baker, okay, whenever I noticed my television that I was missing once I went to my cell, which I let the know. So, and because I was threatened that I was going to get beat up and everything like that, so I let the officer know that, hey, I'm going to go to PC. So I locked down until he was going to get the higher officers to come back and talk to me and everything. Well, once he left, Baker was on the run. He was talking all kind of mess on me about me being a rat and, yeah, you'll never get your TV back. If they try to come get your TV, it'll be broke before you get your TV. Now, I didn't see him take anything. I don't know who did it, so I'm just going off what Mr. Baker was saying. This is coming out of his mouth. Now, Mr. Crosby is the officer that I spoke to about looking at the footage, about seeing if he seen who in my room and stole my TV. Mr. Crosby went and looked at the video. He noticed someone went into my cell empty-handed. This is all on camera. He went into my cell empty-handed, came out. Well, according to what was my TV, but it was covered up with a towel or some linen or something. It was covered up with. And this is Officer Crosby that noticed these things. But no, I don't know if anyone else looked at the video footage to show on who actually did do it. But Mr. Crosby did see someone go in my cell with nothing and come out with my TV. And Miss Rydell, she said she didn't look at it, so I didn't know who else to talk to about looking at that footage to show that, yes, that was my TV that came out of my cell. I've had that TV ever since 2018 until the 6th of the January, or I don't know what day I went to SEG, but that day that I went to SEG is the last time I had my TV. It was not traded or anything like that at all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Committee, any other questions for either Libby or Mr. Jones? Thank you so much. We're going to close the hearing portion of this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Right. are we ready? We're a couple minutes ahead. Would you like to take action, committee, on the first three that we've just heard? Since we're moving right along, would that be acceptable? Okay. We have the first claim number 7296. Do I have a motion? Yes, Representative Brown.
Move to, I just lost the word. Approve.
Approve.
Move to,
That would be a good word.
move to approve the claim to be paid from agency funds.
Do I have a second? Representative Samsel, seconds. And this is the amount of $1,989.45. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Claim number 7300. Motion. Representative, somebody over here? Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the one with the damage, but also the rental vehicle. So it seems like they were in agreement, kind of, that the 3 weeks at the discounted rate should apply or be the best value anyway. So the recommendation of the agency is the one I would move to approve in the amount of $4,072.04. I don't know that we always pay rental before the costs are actually incurred, but it seems like they're in agreement here, and it's the best way to move this one forward. So that would be my motion.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Second, Representative Ralph. Thank you. Any discussion, questions? Very good. All those in favor then of paying the claim in the amount of $4,072.04 through the Department of Administration, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. The third one is the one we just heard, claim number 7280, Mr. Jones, in the amount of $236.92. Do we have a motion? Representative Humphreys, did you have? No. Okay. Representative Ralph.
This is why I think everybody's kind of looking at each other, because I think last time I moved to deny this claim, I know this one kind of has some split on the within the committee, but to start the discussion, I'll move to deny this claim.
Is there a second? Representative Samsel, any discussion? No? Okay. We have a motion to deny the claim, number 7280. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Claim denied. Motion approved. Okay. What number was that? 1115. Okay. Committee, since we've got a couple minutes, let's look at claim number 7287. This is the claimant who withdrew the claim, and the discussion with staff would be that we should make a motion, take action to dismiss it. So could I have a motion for that, please? Representative Samsel.
I'm happy to make the motion to dismiss. I don't know in this, is it with prejudice or without? Without, since it's settled, I think. So move to dismiss without prejudice, I guess, would be my motion.
I'm going to look at the revisor here.
I think you just want to get rid of it, period. So I
Dismiss.
would, with prejudice.
With prejudice?
I would say so. I mean, you don't want it to come back.
Agreed. I withdraw my previous motion, Madam Chair, and would move to dismiss with prejudice.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So we have moved to dismiss with prejudice, claim number 7287. All right. Back on schedule? Okay. So we are now ready for our, got my papers out of order here. Just a second. Just lost the page. It should, shouldn't it? Okay, I'm missing a page after all that. It's your fault, Merle. You made me go to another. Where can I find that? Oh, turned it over and put it to the left. Sorry. All right. Sorry, committee. Claim number 7299. This is John Prine, $160.73. We called? Oh, dialing. Okay, very good. Sometimes you just have too much.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. John Prine available?
Yes, Mr. Prine?
Yes.
Okay, hold on just a second. He's right here.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Prine.
Yes.
Hi, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. We have you on speakerphone, and we are hearing your claim 7299 in the amount of $160.73. So once
Yes.
we have all the documentation that you have submitted in front of us, and once we are finished here in just a minute, we'll ask you to give us any additional information that you would like to about your claim. Then we'll ask the Department of
Okay.
Corrections attorney to also present the department's side of this issue. When you're done, we may have some questions, and then we will take time to consider your claim. We'll make a decision, and we'll give you written confirmation of our decision within 21 days of the date of that decision. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes, I
Okay.
do.
Okay. So what would you like to tell us, Mr. Prine?
First, this actually transpired from two separate claims, and one of them was put forth by Officer Hartley, who was in there before Kincaid was. And Hartley ended up giving me back on part of the claims. He ended up giving me that 5-foot extension with the 3-prong. It's like a $20 item on there. He also ended up giving me a couple of padlocks back. Eventually, I ended up getting the 2 jars of coffee, but everything else was never replaced. There was a surge protector that he did end up, well, no, he tried to replace, but I ended up buying one ahead of time because I couldn't wait for a decision from him. But I never got a full disposition from Hartley. And then that's where all the photos and stuff and everything else was taken, and I had receipts from that. Everything that I had basically purchased is on the electronic accounting. Now, all of this ended up taken in the same cell house that I was in. I was in A3 and cell 108 during that time, and I was accosted. I believe it was in November of the first year, and yeah, I was attacked outside a canteen. An officer had opened up my cell while I was gone. I was the only one basically in that cell. And they came in and they ended up robbing my cell. Now, this was the members of the Dirty White Boys that ended up doing so. I did find this out. I got most of my items back, but I am still missing items from that Hartley never fully had a disposition upon. A couple months later, while I am asleep, my door gets opened up. An officer at 3:15 in the morning asked if we want a phone call with I and my cellie in there. My cellie said that he wanted a phone call. I don't know why they're doing this. They never do phone calls at 3:15 in the morning. This is absolutely ridiculous. Nobody should be up and out during that time. It had never been practiced to do so. I think it was a new officer and had no idea what she was doing that day. And what had happened is that when my cellie ended up leaving out, I was still in my bunk. I had no idea what was going on. The door comes open and I hear somebody end up and I'm looking like, what? And they said, hey, don't get up, don't get up. And I'm like, what in the world's going on? I had 3 inmates enter in my cell with shanks and told me if I ended up basically getting up and moving, they was going to stab the hell out of me. So I was robbed at shank point during that time. That's why I also I turned in for a property claim during that time that had to deal with the TV and the hot pot and something else. But anyways, I do know that they did end up replacing the TV, although they didn't replace my remote. They didn't replace my cable. But the thing is, all this took place in the same cell that I was in, and they were trying to end up saying that there was no video footage of anybody coming into my cell during that time, and I find that hard to believe because of the fact that I was in the same cell that they end up getting all the video footage off of to go and retrieve all my property the first time. Now, I did end up talking with the black shoots on this, AEI, and they told me that there is no video footage after 45 days. Now, during the time that I was taken out of my cell, out of the A3108, and placed over into forced PC, that I was trying to find out where my property was because I had reported immediately what had happened. Now, the officer that was on the shift that allowed them guys to come into my cell at 3:15 in the morning did not report it to the on-duty officer. It was supposed to be Hartley that was supposed to be taking care of it during that time anyway. She said he was going to stop by and never did. They ended up having shift rotation. The next officer that came on, I can't remember what his name is, but he was a good officer. I knew him for years. And he got a hold of Rasmussen. Rasmussen is the one that ended up basically moving us out. And nobody did an investigation on where my property was all that time. And I had spent almost 3 months trying to find out exactly where in the world my property was at, where the TV was at, the thing I'm dealing with the hot pot. And I can't remember what the other item was upon there, but I didn't know the remotes and stuff. But I did end up turning that stuff in. And when they did end up packing me and my cellie out of that A3108, I and my cellie were not present for them to end up moving everything out. And we were stuck over in PC. I was stuck over there for over 6 months. He was stuck in there with me for 3 months, and he went home. I had tried also during all this time to try to be able to get escorted up there so that we could actually separate our property for when he went home. And they're still missing property. I still have stuff that's missing. I've replaced a few things, but they're still missing stuff off of there, and I've only put down the stuff that was missing that was never recovered, never made a determination off of the first property claim and the second property claim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prine. Committee, do you have any questions at this point? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your description of everything that occurred. Next, we're going to hear from Libby Snyder, so we'll need you to listen just for a minute, okay? All right, Ms. Snyder, go ahead.
The one thing that I didn't, I'm sorry, the one thing that I did want to end up adding upon there, at no time did I have control over my door to my cell. I mean, I'm like this. There was a security issue and they allowed it. And at no time was I able to actually end up going in and ascertaining whose property was packed in what box when they end up, well, when my cellie went home, and by the time they ended up moving me from Lansing over here to Larned.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. We're going to listen now to the Department of Corrections Attorney, Libby Snyder, so we'll just need you to listen. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Snyder. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Prine states that he was attacked at Lansing Correctional Facility in 2021, and while he was being checked out in the infirmary, staff opened his cell door and he was robbed. Facility staff responding to the present claim determined that Mr. Prine's claim relates to multiple facility claims filed over the last year and a half. In the first claim for the alleged loss on August 26th of 2021, Mr. Prine stated that he had secured his door before going to canteen. He was attacked and sent to the infirmary and his cell was robbed. He requested compensation for several items. An extension cord and lock were replaced, and he did receive a refund of $6.67 for hygiene items. There was, however, no proof of purchase to support compensation for the cards, photo album, or photos. In his second claim for the alleged loss on January 1st of 2022, Mr. Prine had alleged that 3 residents entered his cell and threatened him with weapons and stole his television and remote, and the lid to his hot pot was broken off and taken. He said that this had occurred around 3 a.m. The facility claim investigator, did review security video and did not see anyone enter Mr. Prine's cell on that night or any subsequent night before he was moved on January 8th. In responding to the present claim, the facility claim investigator explained that several months after that claim was denied, An officer said that she had discovered Mr. Prine's television and submitted it for evidence. When the investigator was unable to locate the television in evidence, he did process a replacement television for Mr. Prine. In a third claim, for an alleged loss on January 8th of 2022, Mr. Prine's alleged that he was attacked in the canteen line and staff allowed other residents into his single-person cell in A3, resulting in a loss of property. That would be related to his first facility claim described above. He stated that he and his cellmate were both placed in A1 without going through their property, and his cellmate had later been released from custody, possibly with some of Mr. Prine's property. In an addendum to his claim, Mr. Prine states that on January 8th, an officer opened his cell and asked if he and his cellmate wanted to use the phone. He said that his cellmate left the cell to use the phone, the officer failed to secure the door, and 3 other residents entered and threatened him and stole his property. Again, that relates to the second claim described above. He was moved to protective custody. Staff packed his property. He stated that his cellmate was released while Mr. Prine was still in protective custody. He says that his television was replaced, but not his remote control, a coaxial cable, or hot pot. He states that he didn't discover this until he was transferred to Larned Correctional Mental Health Facility on July 26th of 2022. He filed his facility claim on August 15th of 2022. The facility claim was returned to him with no action taken because it was not filed within the 15 days of the discovery of the loss as required by KAR 4416-102. The investigator determined that his date of loss was January 8th, and the claim was not filed until August 15th. It was noted that none of the items claimed by Mr. Prine were on the property inventories from January 8th of 2022, and Mr. Prine had noted nothing missing when given the inventory. In responding to the present legislative claim, facility staff noted that Mr. Prine had also been presented with inventories for a January 13th hospital placement and on January 25, 2022, when he was transferred. And he did not note anything missing in either of those inventories. In his present claim, he seeks compensation for a television remote surge protector, coaxial cable, earbuds, headphones, photos, photo album, extension, and shorts. Only 4 of these were previously included in a facility claim. The extension cord was replaced and no proof of purchase to support compensation for the photo album and photos was found in his first claim, nor has he presented any with his present claim. In addition, IMPP 12120A provides that photographs have no claim value. Inmates are allowed to possess them, but in the event of loss or damage, they're on notice that they have no claim value. In his second claim, that did include the television remote, but his account of the loss was not substantiated by review of security video. His television was later replaced, but only because it came into staff possession when it was discovered months later and then was subsequently lost. The remaining items were not included in any previous facility claim. Mr. Prine makes a vague suggestion that his cellmate may have been released with some of his property, but he signed for receipt of the headphones on July 28th, that's in attachment C to our letter, and a power strip, a surge protector, and 2 earbuds on August 9th. That's highlighted items on our attachment A. Mr. Prine has received compensation or replacements for all claimed items that could be shown to have been purchased by him and lost due to staff negligence. He has not presented any additional proof of purchase or staff negligence, and he signed inventories on July 28th and August 9 without noting any discrepancies. We are therefore recommending denial of the claim.
Thank you. Committee questions?
Yes.
One moment.
When they ended up transferring me.
Or Mr. Jones, could you, or Prine, I'm sorry, Mr. Prine, could you wait just 1 second?
Yeah.
Committee, I just want to double check. No questions. Okay. All right, Mr. Prine, go ahead. Go ahead. You can talk.
Does it also show? Am I okay now?
Yes.
Okay. When I was transferred over to Larned, I was not able to go through my property. Is this not correct?
Mr. Prine, you can't ask questions, but you can certainly give us your story.
Okay, that's what I thought I was supposed to end up asking questions.
No,
the
I'm
thing
sorry.
is, I was not able to. Okay, I was not able to go through my property in any way, shape, or form. When I arrived at Larned, I didn't even have any of my property with me because their main transport bus was broke down. I had to wait an additional week in order for that property that they did try to send to end up getting here. I had to wait an additional 2 weeks before they said that the final property was got here, and that's when I was able to end up basically filing for it. Now, the main reason that I had ended up receiving basically denial upon there is because they said that I didn't turn the property claim in on time, but I'm supposed to go by the time of discovery. However, when I did end up presenting my claims, I did end up letting them know that the electronic receipts that are on there from my account do show that I end up purchasing the photos that I'm claiming for one, and for all the electronics that I end up purchasing also through my account, basically for property that I purchased from the facility. All of my account, basically everything that I have purchased has been basically on my electronic account. All they got to do is take a look, and that's what I end up putting in. I put the dates down for those purchases as well.
Okay.
Now, as far as saying that I didn't present anything that showed that I didn't present anything that was supposed to come from an account, everything that I asked for was basically stuff that I paid for, that was in my property, that was taken from me forcibly, or I wasn't even around to end up going through to make sure that basically my ex-Cellie did not leave with any of my property. I had no control over any of it at any time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prime.
That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Committee, any other questions, concerns? Mr. Prime, thank you for visiting with us today. We'll make a decision and get back to you with that decision within 21 days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. The next claim is claim number 7302, Christopher Kern, $59.43. I can never tell when you're dialing because you're not using the phone.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Christopher Kern available?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Kern. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. This is
Yes,
Senator
can you hear
Dietrich.
me?
Yes, very good. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on the Special Claims in the State Legislature, and we have you on speakerphone, so we want to make sure you can hear us. We can hear you fine. We are hearing your claim number 7302 in the amount of $59.43. So we have all the documentation that you submitted here in front of us. We'll ask you in just a minute to tell us anything more you'd like us to know about your claim. Then we'll ask the Department of Corrections attorney to also present the department's side of the claim. We may ask some questions. When we're done, we will make a decision at some point during our meeting today, and we'll get back to you within 21 days as to what that decision is. It'll be a written decision to you. Do you understand?
Oh, okay, yes, I understand.
Okay, very good. What would you want to tell us about your claim?
Pretty much what I've got written on the paperwork that I submitted. I got packed out, and I had one officer that packed me out. I had to go to the hospital. I had some heart problems. And when I came back, I had to be in quarantine, and I had stuff that was allowable and non-allowable in the cell house I was in. So they went through, sorted my stuff out, and when they packed my box to bring my items to me, I had a box of legal paperwork that was full. It was pretty heavy, and they packed it inside of my other box that had my hygiene and whatnot in it. And when the officer brought it to me, he dropped it, like he was holding it up chin high. He dropped it on the floor, and he even made a comment, you know, man, that's heavy. Well, he shouldn't have put that heavy box inside the other one. But that impact of it, when it hit the floor, the impact of that weight of my legal box compressed the several items that were in there. It broke a bowl, broke my coffee cup. I had some shave gel that was in there. There was a partial jar of coffee. It was most of a jar of coffee to start with, and it ended up being just partial. This stuff was everywhere because that weight, it just blew it open. There were a few other items that were missing, and I'd asked about it, and they told me the officer that packed me out, Officer Mandeville, told me that the items that were missing were food items, and they disposed of them because he said that facility did not store food items longer than 5 days. And he said I would have had to have been quarantined I was actually quarantined for a couple of weeks. So that's what that thing was for the broken items and then the items that were missing as well. And on my paperwork, where they had me packed out, one of the things that I noticed, I got a printout from the facility here that I actually added to that was a pair of gym shorts that were missing that they had documented that I had but were not on my pack out list. And that's why my claim, when I refiled that, my claim was just a little bit different on the dollar amount. But that's pretty much the gist of the whole situation of what happened there.
Okay, thank you so much. Committee, do you have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I did when over here where the facility I'm at right now, to file a grievance form on that. I did it electronically. That's why there was not a copy of the grievance form with that paperwork, but I do have the grievance form number written down here if that is needed for reference, that I did file a grievance form on that situation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kern. Committee, do you have any questions of Mr. Kern? All right, we're going to hear from the agency attorney now, so we'll just need you to listen for a minute, okay?
Yes.
Okay, Libby, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Kern requests $59.43. He says that on February 5th, an officer brought his property to him in his cell, dropped it on the floor, damaging some of the property. In February of 2022, Mr. Kern submitted a facility claim for the alleged lost and damaged items. He stated that he was told that missing food items were probably thrown away because the facility doesn't place food items in storage. He claimed that the officer had placed his legal box on top of the other property, and when he dropped it in the cell, the weight of the legal box damaged the items under it. The facility claim investigator determined that none of the claimed items were on the inventory sheets from January 30th, and there was no evidence that staff ever had possession of them. Mr. Kern signed the inventory sheets on February 5th, acknowledging receipt of his property without noting any discrepancies. As such, there's nothing to show if or when any damage or loss may have occurred. The claim response noted that the claim that A&D staff destroyed the property was unfounded, and there was no record that Mr. Kern had ever purchased a hot beverage mug or a soap dish. He did not purchase any of the perishable items within 90 days prior to the loss, the alleged loss, and according to IMPP 118D, perishable items will be considered to have no claim value after 90 days. Regarding his legislative claim, he states that Hutchinson staff do not permit residents to inspect property before signing inventory sheets. Such a practice would be contrary to policy. And the appropriate recourse would be to decline to sign the inventory sheets and pursue the matter through a grievance or property claim. Where the resident elects to sign the inventory instead and take possession of the property, there's no way later to determine whether any damage or loss occurred before or after the property was returned. Mr. Kern's property was packed and inventoried. He signed the inventory sheets without noting any discrepancies. There's no showing that the items claimed to be missing were present when his property was packed, or that staff ever had possession of them, or that any damage occurred before the items were returned to him. He's offered no evidence of the claimed values, no record of purchase for a bowl or soap dish, and no record of having purchased the perishable items within 90 days prior to the alleged loss. For these reasons, we recommend that the claim be denied.
Do you have any questions of either the attorney or Mr. Kern? Representative Humphreys has a question. Just a minute.
Okay.
I do have a question. Maybe this is I'm looking at page 94 in our packet, and he's explaining at the very bottom about not signing, that they have to sign before I can't really see what the last sentence is on that page, and I'm trying to hurry, but I'm just, I don't know if it's something I'm not able to read what it says. Someone could read it to me. I'll understand what I'm saying.
So
it's items 1 through, it's page 3 of his claim, and it says at the bottom,
so my last sentence says listed them, but they were not listed in the pack-out report. Is that what yours says? Do you see that? And there's a period there, so it looks like that has the last sentence.
No, I don't know why. It's mine just.
So under the
This
word.
says, if you don't sign first, they refuse to allow you to ever see it. Therefore, you don't know what you're signing for. I also did not realize that's all I've got.
Oh, you're missing that whole, there's several sentences under that.
Yep.
So it says, I also did not realize my personal shorts were missing until after I submitted my property claim. And that was realized when I was sent a list of some of my property, which listed them, but they were not listed in the pack-out report.
Right. They gave me a printout here at the facility where I'm at right now of items that I purchased, and my shorts were on there. I went back and looked at my pack-out clip that I've got in front of me here, and my shorts were not listed, and I realized that, hey, they were indeed missing.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead,
Yes.
Representative Humphreys. Okay, hang on, Mr. Kern. Representative Humphreys?
Yes, yes.
Sure. Welcome, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Merle, to the rescue. This is what I want to say about this is, if this was the only time we had heard this, I'd be like, oh, interesting. You're saying that doesn't happen. We've heard it over and over, and it's just super frustrating that it appears that this whole pack out, sign what's in your inventory, is not handled in a way that is fair. Yeah, I mean, I'll just use that word, or even, it seems rushed, or I don't know. It's certainly, there's a balance of power, we know right there. And so my question is, for the people who are on this committee next year, can we anticipate that there might be a change in the way that we document the pack out, or, photographs? I mean, there's, we have technology now, scanners, there's all kinds of things that how it could be done differently. And this is frustrating that we've heard it so many times. So I needed to get that off my chest. And then one other thing, is it true that they don't keep food items? What is the policy about food items?
Offhand, I don't have a policy reference, but the claim investigator said that the claim was unfounded. So.
Right.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Humphreys, I thought I read that they can only, in the documentation, they can only keep them for 5 days.
Yes, but we know other times when people have been packed out, their food items, half of them are still there after maybe weeks or months. So that's why I asked, what is the policy? And is it followed? Is it different at different facilities, or what's the policy about food?
And I'd need to check each. I don't know. I don't have a policy reference, and that's why I'm saying I don't know if we have IMPPs, and then each facility has general orders based on those.
And I know this is minutia, like we're talking about ramen noodle packages. I understand, but But if they're going to have the right to come and talk to us about those things, then we need to understand what the policies are and if they're being followed and, really what's going on. So.
Right, and I would say that's an oversight on my part. I should have had a policy reference ready to address that allegation. But the investigating officer at the facility said that's an unfounded claim. So from that, I would infer that there is no general order or policy at that facility saying that food items are not stored.
Would it be appropriate for us to ask you to provide that to us, at least perhaps via email, just so we have that knowledge? Because I think the consistency piece is something that, is important here. And I think we just need to understand it is a small issue, but not small to our claimant. So thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions here?
And if you don't mind me adding something to that real quick too, is the food items that were missing was, ramen soups, candy, coffee, potato chips. I mean, that stuff has a very long shelf life. Being stored for 5 to 10 days isn't going to hurt it any.
Sure.
The soap dish and the hot beverage mug that I had that were broken, those two items were awarded to me by mental health for an art contest. That is why those were not listed as being purchased.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kern. Committee, any other questions? Thank you so much. We're going to close the hearing on your claim, and we will give you our decision within 21 days. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, committee, the next claimant is claim number 7275, and that is, gosh, do you pronounce it Grassley? Jason Grassley? Grassel? I don't know. We'll find out. Claim number 7275 in the amount of $258.50. Are we dialing?
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Jason Grazel available?
Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here he is. This is Jason Grassel.
Hi, Mr. Grassel, this is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the special committee or the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. So we're hearing your claim number 7275 in the amount of $258.50. We have all the documentation that you sent to us here in front of us, and you're on speakerphone with the committee. So when we...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in just a minute, we're going to ask you to give us any additional information you'd like us to know about your claim. And when we're done listening to you, then we will ask the agency's attorney to give the Department of Corrections a side of this claim. When that's completed, we'll take about 21 days. We'll get a decision back to you within 21 days. It will be a written decision. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. So what would we have the claim forms and all the information in front of us. Is there something more you would like to add?
The only thing that I would add that I believe I failed to add in the brief was that you only have the ability to lock your locker. Everything else there's no way to secure the other items. There's limited space in the locker as well. Anything else pertinent, I believe I added in my in the paperwork that I presented to the committee.
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Grassel? Okay, then, Mr. Grassel, we're going to hear from the Department Attorney, Libby Snyder. Libby, would you like to share?
Thank you. Mr. Grassel states that he was attacked on the yard at Hutchinson Correctional Facility East Unit. He says he was then transferred back to Hutchinson, and staff failed to notify anyone at the East Unit that he was being moved. He says his property was not immediately secured and then some items were stolen. On April 20th of 2022, he filed a facility claim. He stated that he had just arrived at the East Unit the day before the incident and had all of his property at that time. He stated that some of his property was returned to him on April 15th and the rest was placed in storage, but many items were missing. The facility claim investigator reviewed his canteen purchase history and his account transaction history and found no record that he had purchased many of the claimed items. He did find purchase records for tennis shoes, boots, coffee, drink mix, MP3 charger, headphones, bagel, a pair of earbuds, and a fan. There was no documentation found regarding when the property was secured after the incident, but the investigator determined that the incident had occurred at about 6:28 p.m. and Mr. Grassel's inventoried property was placed in East Unit storage at 9:10 p.m. The claim investigator concluded that the claimed items could have been given away by Mr. Grassel or stolen at any time between his arrival at the East Unit on April 12th of 2022 and the time that the property was secured on April 13th. The property was secured by East Unit staff once they were advised that he would not be returning to the unit. Mr. Grassel acknowledges that he received and signed for some of his property on April 15th. The inventory that he signed was a complete inventory that included items that he was receiving on that date, as well as numerous items with stars next to them to indicate what was taken to storage in the A&D unit. Mr. Grassel signed all 3 pages of the inventory without noting any discrepancies regarding the items he now claims. There is no record or allegation by him that he reported anything missing before filing his facility claim. Had he done so, missing property might have been located, though, as noted, there's also no record that he ever purchased some of the claimed items. His property was packed and inventoried within 2.5 hours of the altercation, and the inventory was presented to him the following day. It included items that were returned as well as items that were placed in storage, and he signed without noting anything missing. His alleged loss is unsubstantiated, and there's no showing that any alleged loss was the direct result of staff negligence, and for this reason, we recommend denial of the claim.
Thank you. Committee questions for either the staff attorney or our claimant? Mr. Grassel. Representative Humphries, yes.
Could, Madam Chair, you remind us why this one was carried? I mean, what was our discussion when it was carried over?
Do you have that information, Libby or Merle? I don't recall.
I think I just needed additional time to investigate it. I think we just weren't prepared last time hadn't received responses or something at that time. I don't think we'd heard from the facility in time to prepare a response.
Thank you. Any other questions? Either the claimant or the attorney? Thank you, Mr. Grassel. We're going to close this portion of the hearing now. Thank you for visiting with us today.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to thank the committee for their time, and I appreciate very much hearing my claim.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Goodbye. So
we're not exactly ahead, but before we forget some of these claims we've heard, would you like to take action on the 3 at the top of page 2, 7299, 7302, and 7275? That be acceptable to the committee? I'm looking for head nods. We feel good about that? Okay. 7299, motion. Representative Rolfe.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move to deny this claim, but I will say that I did have some concerns just about the description, the specificity of the description of the things that went on with this inmate and in the cell. But as often is the case for this committee, with a limited amount of information and not an opportunity to do lots of other investigation, I'm still going to make the motion to deny the claim, but the specificity of a lot of it did raise some concern for me in regard to the variety of claims that were made here.
I would agree. Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Samsel. We have a motion to deny claim and a second, claim number 7299. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Claim number 7, I'm sorry, Representative Humphries? A no? Recorded as a no?
I was moving on to the
Oh, I'm sorry. You're ahead of me. Sorry. Okay, claim number 7302, Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move that we pay this, that we approve the claim number 7302. And it has to do with the timing of signing the inventory, and it's too much unknown what really happened. So I would like to pay it.
Okay, do I have a second? Representative Samsel, second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve claim number 7302 in the amount of $59.43 from the agency's budget. All those, any discussion, I should ask. Representative Samsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the movement, but I also just had a question. If I know this one was very specific in the allegations, and it also mentioned our facility in Hutchison, but I didn't know if there was a way for council or somebody to make sure that our folks who are doing this daily work are aware of the policy and going through it in the right manner, just so these types of claims are hopefully not ever coming into existence, but hopefully going through the procedure as it's written at the facilities. If it's not, I mean, as we sit here, it's hard to tell one way or another, but the number of allegations have been pointed out in specificity do raise some concern.
Similarity in trends.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Libby, do you communicate back to Department of Corrections our concerns?
Yes, I mean, I do try to. I can't guarantee you that every single question or concern, but certainly the ones that
have the same
this will be, and yes, we do. I do discuss those with.
Thank you. Senator Haley.
Discussion continued. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I didn't hear the claimant himself, but I did have the good fortune to come in the middle of Representative Humphries outlining the concerns with this. And it sounds so familiar to me as a longstanding member of this committee that we for so long have not put into motion. I think that this would be an empowerment for this particular committee once and for all, because Ms. Snyder and I have listened to claims like this time immemorial. All we need to put into place to resolve these issues are some procedures that are established within the department that will help settle these issues, a lot of these issues, and make clear which positions are taken. This is not the first of these cases that I've heard. It's obvious. The department is much. I wish that we would one day say this on your watch.
Yes, thank you.
Direct regs or someone to KDOC to do a better job.
So I don't disagree with you. We can talk after we adjourn today, or maybe during lunch, about appropriate process. Thank you.
Support them.
Okay, very good. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve claim number 7302 for $59.43. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion was approved. And our last claim, 7275, Mr. Grassel, in the amount of $258.50. Do we have a motion? Representative Ralph or Samsel? Representative Samsel.
Madam Chair, I would move to deny this claim.
Do I have a second? Representative Ralph. Any discussion? Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, this was a little confusing, that, you know, what happened and carried over, what info did we have and do we not have? You know, like just one of the things that they said, well, we don't know, that I believe the agency said, you know, maybe he gave it away, maybe he disposed of it, maybe, but the dates were he arrived on April 12th. They did the inventory on April 13th. I mean, you know, that's not a lot of time to give a bunch of stuff away or throw it away. I mean, just some of the justification for why the claims are denied. Again, it has to do with he signed the inventory. He didn't say anything was missing. Again, to me, it just, this one, it wasn't as clear to me as it was the last one that I would like to pay it, but I do have some angst about this one that you know, I mean, I'm okay with the motion, but, you know, I'm not super comfortable with the motion.
I think it goes back to process.
Yes.
And inconsistencies, and that's what we were just talking about. So we'll talk a little bit about
Thank
what
you.
we might be able to put in writing as recommendations, perhaps.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The committee, even though that may not be our purview, it doesn't, you know, till they tell us we can't, we will, right? Can we? We can do whatever we want. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. That's good. Those are dangerous words. Very good. So we have a motion. I'm sorry, Representative Osman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. would agree as well. I mean, one of the arguments made here and with the previous claimant was that there was no argument about this being the total amount of the inventory. But if we look at page 115 of the outline, it actually does have the claimant sheet and lists through. It does list the items in question, but it also has questions at the bottom. But there's no indication. There was no space available for an objection to the amount of inventory that's here. It's merely a question of, is this the correct inventory that was given? And were these properties then returned to me on this date? If there's going to be an argument about the question of, was there an objection at the time? I think there should be an indication on the sheet of a space allowable for an objection to be made, but there isn't, and I would not presume that somebody signing this sheet would put additional information beyond what was asked of them at the time.
That's a very good point, and one that we've talked about before, that the forms themselves have some flaws that we would like to see fixed. So thank you for that. Thank you. All right, very good. We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor of moving to deny claim 7275, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, claim denied. Thank you. Great discussion. Okay, claim number 7305, and that is Hector Gallegos, $351.38. Are we dialing?
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Hector Gallegos available?
Yes, he is. Here he is.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Gallegos. This is Senator
Yes,
Dietrich.
ma'am.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. So I am chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. The committee is hearing your claim number 7305 in the amount of $351.38. We have all the documentation that you sent to us in front of us. You're on speakerphone with the committee, and we are going to give you a minute to tell us anything more you want to about your claim. Then we've also got the agency's attorney here who will present the Department of Corrections side of your issue, and when that's completed, we'll take some time to consider your claim and get back to you with a written decision in 21 days. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and tell us briefly anything you'd like to about your claim.
Well, on May 3rd, I arrived at Central in Hutchinson, and I cleaned my cell and made my bed and everything. And so the next morning at 7:30 a.m., they called yard. So I went out to the yard, and while I was there, I was attacked by 4 inmates. So I ended up going to the hospital, and I was in the hospital overnight. And then they sent me to back to Central to the clinic. I was there for about 3 days, and from there I went to my seg cell, and I never, after I went to the hospital, I never see my property from that point until I arrived here at Ellsworth, and that's when I realized that a bunch of stuff was missing.
Okay.
And that's basically it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Eggos. Committee, do you have any questions? You hang on just for a second. We're going to listen to the staff attorney. Go ahead, Libby. I think your mic's not on. Yeah.
Sorry, I had turned that on. I apologize. There was some confusion with his facility claim, I believe. Attached to his present claim is a signed withdrawal of the facility claim stating that the claim had been resolved. However, Mr. Gallegos states that he spoke with Mr. McLean in EAI and offered to settle the claim in exchange for a television. He says that Mr. McLean stated he could help out, but only after Mr. Gallegos spoke with Unit Team Rainey about his claim. Mr. Gallegos says that he talked with Unit Team Rainey and told him that he wanted to drop the claim. When he returned to Mr. McLean with the withdrawal paperwork, Mr. McLean said that he couldn't give him a television and that Mr. Gallegos had misunderstood. Because Mr. Gallegos withdrew his facility claim, it was not investigated. In investigating this claim, both of those staff members were contacted. Mr. McLean said that he did not investigate the facility claim or negotiate a settlement with Mr. Gallegos. He had told Mr. Gallegos, or Mr. Gallegos had asked about his claim, and Mr. McLean advised that he didn't investigate claims, but he did have a television available for the unit team if he needed to settle the claim. Mr. Rainey, the unit team, said that Mr. Gallegos came to him and said he needed to withdraw his claim so that EAI could give him a television, and Mr. Rainey provided withdrawal forms for Mr. Gallegos to sign. After reviewing this claim, Mr. Rainey, the unit team, believed that Mr. McLean had simply that Mr. McLean had said that he had a television he could give him, and Mr. Gallegos misunderstood him to mean that he would give him a television. So it appears that he withdrew his facility claim based on a misunderstanding, and because the claim was withdrawn, the facility has not investigated the matter. Based on this information, we're recommending that the claim be dismissed without prejudice to permit proper processing of his facility claim. In the alternative, we would request that it be carried over for the same reason, to permit proper investigation of the merits of the claim. In other words, I think the legislative claim is just premature, that we need to process his facility claim.
That was confusing.
Yes.
Committee, are there any questions? So if we dismiss with prejudice, it's the same as carrying over.
Right.
And that allows you to investigate and determine.
Right. It's the same difference to the respondent.
Without, I said with, I'm sorry, without. Thank you, Mr. Attorneys.
I would clarify, ma'am, to dismiss or to deny requires the claimant to refile the claim.
Yes.
Right. So to carry over means it's just his he doesn't need to refile. The matter has just not been addressed. It gets addressed at later.
That's a good point. Do you have a committee? Do you have a preference? If it's easier for Mr. Gallegos that we just carry it over, I mean, I'm fine with that. Are you all? Okay. All right. Mr. Gallegos, do you understand what we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. It's highly likely, we haven't taken any action yet, but it's highly likely we'll carry this over until we can get some further information. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you have to do anything more.
Oh, okay. So I don't have to refile my property claim?
Yes, Madam Chair, if the committee decides to deny or dismiss this claim, the claimant will need to resubmit the claim. If you decide to carry over, that means the claimant, this item will not be addressed until the next interim, so usually starting in July of next year.
But he doesn't need to.
Correct. If the claim is carried over, he does nothing. He simply waits until it's addressed at a later time.
Do you understand, Mr. Gallegos? Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
very good.
Yes, ma'am,
Right.
I understand.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Haley.
This is resolved prior to. Yeah, this is Haley. Will we, the committee, be informed, or will there be a withdrawal of the carryover claim, presuming that that's what's happened? So we'll have it off of our docket if it's resolved internally.
Before the next interim meeting in June or July?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may, so the way this typically works is if the agency decides and they are authorized to address facility claims under $500, if they settle that or if they pay that, they would usually have that claimant then sign a withdrawal request for their legislative claim. So If the agency is to resolve it, they usually provide us documentation that is submitted to this group, and then this group, based on that documentation, can then decide at a later point to dismiss or deny, if that makes sense.
It does. If in fact he, the claimant, is compensated to his satisfaction with the return of the television, whatever it is, then we would have some notice that is fully adjudicated or fully resolved prior to us meeting again. It's kind of what my.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. The Senator, you are correct. If it is resolved, they will provide documentation for the group.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is there going to be a facility claim investigation that occurs, or does he need to submit a claim in order to do that?
I will go back to facility staff and share this with them, that they need to process the claim that was filed as it was filed. So his previous facility claim be processed.
So even though he withdrew it, it's going to be treated as essentially revoke the withdrawal, and they'll go ahead and process the claim essentially.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know the exact mechanics or how it gets labeled in a computer or that kind of thing, but they'll reprocess what was filed.
Okay, it seems like a lot of work had already been done on this, so I just didn't want to lose that work as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We will get back to you with our decision.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, the next claim is claim number 7288. Gary, is it Ditches maybe? In the amount of $695.55.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Gary Dykes available?
Can you hear me?
Mr.
Hello?
Hi, is this Gary?
No, my name is Yunkin. Are you ready to talk to Mr. Ditches?
Ditches. We didn't know how to pronounce his name. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, he's right here.
This is Gary Ditches here.
Hi, Mr. Ditches. This is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. We're hearing your claim number 7288 in the amount of $695.55. We have all the material that you submitted with your claim forms in front of us, and we've got you on speakerphone. In just a minute, I'll ask you if there's anything.
There's one more thing.
Mr. Ditches, could you wait just 1 second? 1 second. Hang on.
Ma'am.
Okay. So once
Pardon
that's okay. So we're going to ask you in a minute to talk to us about your claim, but we'll also want to hear from the agency attorney so that the Department of Corrections can give us their side of the issue. And then we may ask you some questions. And then within the next 21 days, you'll hear from us a written response as to what our decision is on your claim. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay, now you can tell me.
There's a thing. I sent in a property claim through the state from the facility. They said they sent it to the central office, which I suppose is supposed to be the Topeka office. And I've never heard back from them. That's been several months ago. And I found out the claim number just last month. It was number 6001759. I've not heard nothing back from that property claim, and that was for the amount. But the full amount for the scores player is one thing. I added what the songs are just in case I got out of prison. I had my conviction overturned, so I just wanted the whole thing. But the scores player is the only thing that's necessary because everything else is on file. They'll just download them. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Ditches. So the claim number that we're looking at, it looks like, I don't know if it contains everything that you just mentioned. It's 7288.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It had a property claim in there.
Right. So I'm going to ask the agency attorney to address your question. We don't have the number that you had. So I don't know how to correlate those two things.
Okay,
Merle, do you have
the claim number?
Ma'am,
Pardon me?
Hang on, Mr. Ditches, just wait a minute.
Ma'am, I can
Okay.
clarify. In the within the claim, there is the inmate does indicate, or the claimant does indicate that the cost of $695.55 that includes an MP3 player valued at $131 and 270 songs valued at $564.
Thank you. Okay, now I see that. Very good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ditches. We appreciate that. I'm going to ask the staff attorney now, Libby Snyder, to visit with us about this claim. Okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Libby.
Thank you. Mr. Ditch's legislative claim is for $695.55. He states that on June 25th, his cell was searched by Officer Madden and his Scores music player was damaged during the search. He states that the screen was cracked so that touchscreen functions no longer work and he's unable to listen to purchased music. He states that he purchased the device for $131.25 in May of 2021, and the balance of the claim is for purchased music. On June 27th, he filed a facility claim asserting these facts and requesting $50 to cover the cost of getting the device repaired. The claim investigator spoke with him, and Mr. Ditches also stated that he did not see Officer Madden break the music player. The claim investigator noted that the power button is located on the upper right corner of the device. There appeared to have been significant pressure applied to the lower left corner of the touchscreen, resulting in a spiderweb crack. It was noted in the claim response that the damage appeared to be old. The cell inspection form did not indicate any damage, but said that the condition was works, good, okay. Officer Madden no longer works with the department. There was no showing that staff damaged the device, and the inspection form listed it as being in working condition. Mr. Ditches still owns the music that he purchased, and it will be available for download if he chooses to purchase another player. The device was inspected. The damage appeared to be old and in the opposite corner of the power control. No evidence was found to substantiate the damage claim, or that it occurred during the cell search, or that it was caused by staff. So we're recommending denial of the claim.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions of either Mr.
Yeah, I want to find out something.
Mr. Ditches,
pardon me.
Mr. Ditches, you cannot ask questions. You can just talk to us, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You said me to ask. You said I could ask questions, and then now I say I can't.
No, I didn't. But we have enjoyed visiting with you today, so we are going to see if the committee would like to ask questions. Okay? Committee.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any questions, committee, of either the attorney or our claimant? Okay. Mr. Ditches?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for visiting with us today. We will take your claim into consideration and get a determination back to you within 21 days.
Ma'am, the thing is, all I need is the Scores player. I don't really need the money just to have them replace it, because that's all it needs. Because there's this investigator of the property claim. He was trying to get the burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the property claim is supposed to be preponderance of the evidence. It was working before the shakedown, but not after I went back in. It was damaged then.
We understand.
During that shakedown.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes, we understand.
And the investigator was, did you see her? Did you see her? Like, I'm not allowed to go in. I'm not allowed to be present during the shakedown. I'm not allowed to view the shakedown.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ditches.
Everybody there knew this. Everybody knew this, but he just wanted to go off. He has a personal agenda against me anyway. He has taken another property claim that I put in and refused to even process it. He just gave it back to me. So you should understand the investigator has a personal grudge against me for something, and I don't know what I did.
Thank you, Mr. Ditches. We appreciate everything that you've told us, and we will get back to you within 21 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello? They did say goodbye? Okay.
Oh,
All right.
I
Thank
did,
you, sir.
I did say goodbye. Thank you. I did not, I guess, say goodbye. All right, the next claim committee is claim number 7286. This is Matthew Astorga, property loss $1,152.41.
Yes, I had cough drops and water. What I needed was a tissue. I think I'm good now. Thank you. If I wave.
You have reached the Lansing Correctional Facility. If you know your party's extension, press 5 and listen to the prompts. Please dial the extension number. Press the star key to start over. We will now connect you.
Hello, this is Ms. Neal from Lansing Correctional Facility.
Hi, Ms. Neal. This is Merle Riedel, and I'm calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Matthew Astorga available?
Yes, sir, he is.
All right, thank you.
Yep, here he is.
Mr. Astorga?
Morning.
Hi, good morning. This is Senator Dietrich. I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. We have you on speakerphone, and we are hearing your claim number 7286 in the amount of $1,152.41. We have all of the documentation that you sent us in front of us. We'll ask you to tell us anything more you want us to know in just a minute. Then we will hear from the agency attorney, the Department of Corrections attorney, about their side of your issue. And when that's completed, we will get a decision, a written decision back to you within 21 days. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So is there anything more you want us to know about your claim?
Well, yes, ma'am. When I got here to Lansing from El Dorado, the staff here went ahead and went over all the paperwork that I turned into you, and they went ahead and gave me a TV, and I'm waiting on a hot pot and fan. But my biggest concern right now is my transcripts and my photos, whatever that you guys can do, because of the fact that that's not replaceable. My murder case is still on appeals, and I need those transcripts. That's going to be my issue right now. Like I said, when I got here, I was issued a TV, a fan, and a hot pot here, so I'm not worried about that no more.
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions for our claimant, Mr. Astorga? Okay, Mr. Astorga, hang on for 1 minute. We're going to listen now to our Department of Corrections attorney, okay? Hang on. Go ahead, Libby.
Thank you. Mr. Astorga requests $1,152.41. He says his property was sent from Hutchinson Correctional Facility, and the Enforcement Apprehensions and Investigations, or EAI unit, had the property but released it to the wrong individual. On June 13th, he filed a facility claim. The claim response explained that he was released from KDOC custody on January 19th of 2021 from Hutchinson. On February 1st of 2022, he was admitted back to KDOC as a new court commitment and went to the RDU unit. Once discharged from there, which was around March 14th of 2022, he was moved to El Dorado. It was noted that his claim was filed well beyond the 15 days required by IMPP 1118D. The claim response stated that EAI personnel reported that nothing was logged for Mr. Astorga from 2020 through 2022, and they had no property belonging to him. In his present claim, he does not challenge the findings set forth in the facility claim response, and he offers no explanation for the delay in filing that claim. He presents the facility claim, a letter from a court reporter indicating that the transcripts had been sent to his attorney and were paid for by the Kansas Board of Indigent Defense Services. He provides a menu of canteen prices rather than proofs of purchase, and he provides various correspondence with KDOC personnel. From the attachments to his present claim, it appears that he was released from DOC to Leavenworth County Jail for resentencing in his criminal case, and he was advised that his property would be stored at Hutchinson to be returned to him upon his return to DOC or disposed of in accordance with his instructions if he did not return to DOC. In April of 2022, he wrote to Libby Keogh to say that his property was lost. And then he filed a facility claim in June of 2022. Facility staff responding to the present legislative claim noted that he is not entitled to compensation for transcripts that he did not pay for, and it is possible that the claimed transcripts are still available through his attorney. In addition, IMPP 12120A provides that residents are permitted to possess photographs, but that they have no claim value in the event of loss or damage. Inmates do own property at their own risk, and regulation and policy provide that that claims shall not be paid unless the loss or damage directly resulted from staff negligence. Nothing presented with Mr. Astorga's claim establishes that his property was lost, that the claimed items were included in his property, that he had purchased the claimed items, or why he believes EAI had his property or that they released it to the wrong individual. His claimed losses are unsubstantiated, and there's no showing that any such loss was the direct result of staff negligence. In addition, by failing to file a timely claim, he's failed to exhaust his administrative remedies, making the present claim subject to dismissal pursuant to Committee Rule 2. We are recommending denial of the claim. If it is not denied, we would recommend dismissal pursuant to Rule 2. If it is neither denied nor dismissed, we would request additional time we would ask that it be carried over so that we can further investigate and evaluate the value of the claim.
Committee, thank you. Committee, any questions? Representative Samsel and then Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine actually was for Mr. Astorga, the claimant.
Sure. Mr. Astorga, we have a question for you.
Yes.
Mr. Astorga, had you tried to obtain the trial transcripts from your attorney or from somebody else?
Yes, I have, but here's what's going on. The Department of Corrections in their paperwork states that I was released under the impression that I may go home. And the Kansas law changed the Hard 50 status, so I was sent back for resentencing. That's why I took it upon myself. And all the paperwork that you have, the proper procedure, even an address, just in case I were to let go to mail it. They didn't do none of that. What she said right now is completely untrue. I have all you guys have the paperwork right there to verify that. I was never let go all it was a resentencing. And because of the coronavirus, they held me there. It was never going to go to the streets, never in my intent. That's why I started writing the Department of Corrections about my property, that it was secure, and they would advise me it was secure in the storage in Hutchinson.
Okay, thank you. I understand that part. My thought was trial transcripts generally could be made available electronically or in some other format if we were unable to recover the ones that were lost.
No, I can't, because Cayenne Caprice is no longer my lawyer. She doesn't do no legal work, and I reached out for her because they were provided for me, and I did have to pay for them. That's why I sent the receipt for what the lady wanted for them.
Okay, I understand that part of it, Mr. Astorga. Generally, I think those are filed with the court, but perhaps not. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
It's from a New Mexico case. That's why I'm getting sent. I'm on my prior conviction from New Mexico. It's a murder that happened in 1996. That's why I had to pay for it. It's not a Kansas it's a Kansas case. It's from a New Mexico case. That's why you know what I mean? So that's why they can't be obtained, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Astorga. Question, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Libby. Just a quick question. So you kind of indicate that it seems like that there might need to be some further investigation of evaluation of the claim.
No, not so much that I think that there is, as that there hasn't been an investigation of the merits because he didn't file it in time. And I addressed the allegations that he's made with his paperwork here, with his legislative claim. I'm asking that it be denied.
Right.
But
I see that. But
just as a backup,
there's a but if it's not denied. So I just wanted to get a little more information about that. Thank you.
Yeah. It's not that I believe there's something there, and that it's just that if you are going to deny it, I don't think I would like to investigate, for instance, whether the attorney can provide the transcripts, whether whether there's value to.
Right.
I think all the proper channels, like I said, they've already awarded me a TV here. They thought they've admitted to some kind of negligence here in this facility. I just want the transcripts in total. That's it. That's all. All that stuff, they've already admitted negligence here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Astorga. Anybody else have any questions for the claimant or Libby? Okay, thank you, Mr. Astorga. We appreciate visiting with you today. We'll get back to you within 21 days. Goodbye.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Mr. Astorga, please are you there?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Please transfer the phone back to the staff person.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. There she goes.
Hello, yes, this is Miss Neal.
Ms. Neal, stand by. I think we're going to be ready for Mr. McKinney available, ma'am?
Let me go out and check. He might be waiting in the hallway, so let me just check on that and I'll be right back.
All right, thank you.
So committee, we're on page 3, claim number 7307. After that, though, I think we should stop and take action or we're going to forget about these. And welcome, Senator McGinn. Thank you.
Ma'am, I just wanted to give you a quick update on a few of the upcoming claims. Claim 7307 at 11:25. I'm sorry. Referencing claim 7297 at 11:35. Lambert versus the Kansas State Fair. That individual, the claimant, is represented by her father, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez is online right now, pending whenever the group is ready. The agency has indicated that they were not available to attend. They did provide a written response. Meredith, KLRD staff, is prepared to read that written response when the time comes. Claim number 7289 at 1150, Midwest Electrical Contractors. The claimants are here. They're in the hallway currently, and the agency representatives are also here whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Waiting on Mr. McKinney, claim number 7307, correct? Yes, Representative Humphrey.
We're waiting. I just have a question maybe from Earl. So some of these, it's versus the, like the specific correctional facility, and some of it's versus the Department of Corrections. I was just curious what the difference was.
That's largely determined by the claimant themselves. It's who they identify on the claim that they submit. So sometimes they will identify their actual facility. Sometimes they may identify the larger department.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. This is Miss Neal. We are waiting for Mr. McKinney. It appears that he might have went to the cafeteria, so we're trying to get a hold of him to get him over here ASAP.
Okay.
I'll keep you guys updated, but it should be like maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, ma'am, we're going to hang up on you and we'll give you a call back in 10 minutes. If it's not exactly 10 minutes, note that we know you were waiting and we will get back to you. So we'll call back in 10 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so you say, so I guess we've got two options. Take action on the items that we have already heard, which would be claims number 7305, 7288, 7286. Would you care to do that now? Okay, I'll take a motion on 7305.
Madam Chair, I'd move to carry over claim number 7305.
Is there a second? Second, Senator Haley. Right? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion to carry over. Claim number 7288, Mr. Ditches.
Madam Chair, I move to deny claim number 7288.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Samsel. Any discussion? Senator Haley.
Madam Chair, I kind of listened to this. Clearly, I don't know about the full value where that was, the $695, but I think the request really is for fixing the MP3 player. And there was different testimony from $50 to $150 that the repair of the screen, apparently, and I did appreciate the documentation that it was working and everything was downloaded. Then a corrections officer had it, and it came back and it wasn't working. And there was some, I'd have to pull it back up. There was an independent statement to that effect. That hasn't been said. You know, the repair of the MP3 player is de minimis. I don't know if it's $50 or $150. Again, I should have had my notes up in time. I didn't know we were going to do this, but I would like to make a substitute motion that we pay for the repair cost $50 or so.
Did you want a substitute motion to? I think it was 50 as well to repair the screen at cost of $50.
We don't have to replace the whole thing. Yes.
A substitute motion. All right. Is there a second? I'm going to get you in the record. Representative Osman seconds. All right. Any discussion on that? All right. All those in favor of the substitute motion of paying $50 to repair the screen to Mr. Ditches, signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
No.
It's 3-2. Substitute motion passed. All right. Now we have Mr. Astorga's claim number 7286. This is for the amount of $1,152.41. Do I have a motion? This is the complicated one, somewhat. Representative Samsel.
I'll get us rolling, Madam Chair. I move to deny the claim.
Is there a second? Second, Representative Ralph. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion to deny was approved. Okay. Where shall we go? Shall we go to, it hasn't been 10 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am, I would recommend moving on to 7297 at 11:35 with Lambert. We could hear from the claimant, and we can Meredith can read the agency response.
Let's do that. And I want to remind committee members, you've got your voucher forms. I've only received a couple, so don't forget to get those to me. And this will be claim number 7297, Rebecca Lambert versus Kent State Fair, $240,000 personal injury.
And ma'am, Mr. Martinez is online and just waiting for your cue, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Martinez? Mr. Martinez? Did we lose him?
Mr. Martinez, can you hear us? Mr. Martinez, if you're talking, we can't quite hear you. Mr. Martinez, we see you, but we're not hearing you. One moment, please. Mr. Martinez, we're having a problem hearing you, so we are going to attempt to call you on a cell phone. We have the number that you've provided. When you'll get a call from us, it will look like a California phone number, and you may hear an automated voice that asks you to press 1. So give us just about 5 minutes. Mr. Martinez, we're dialing you right now. This is all very real time.
Hi, Mr. Martinez. This is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Special Committee or Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you, Mr. Martinez, but could you please mute your computer or even just close out of the WebEx window?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, you're crystal clear right now.
Okay,
Hi,
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for hanging in there with us. So, Mr. Martinez, this is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. We have your claim in front of us, or Rebecca's claim in front of us, and we have all of the documentation that was provided. And this is claim number 7297 in the amount of $240,000. So you are on speakerphone now with us, and we can hear you just fine. We will ask you if you wish to tell us a little bit more about the claim in just a minute. When you're done, we have a written response from the agency. They were not able to be here in person, and one of our staff will read the agency's response. Then we will make a determination on this claim within 21 days and get our written response back to you. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Very good. So is there anything more you want to tell us? We have pictures, diagrams, written narratives. We have everything in front of us.
Yes, I just want to emphasize that the figure that I came to, I think I made note of that in my notes that I sent with the initial claim. And that was, by adding the present and anticipated medical costs and the loss of wages, and then multiplying the combined totals by a factor of 4 for pain. And that was something that I just was able to locate online how pain and suffering is determined in slip and fall situations. I would like to add that since we have filed the initial claim and you have all the documentation with regard to her care, we just had an appointment yesterday with her surgeon, and she, because of the movement of the pins, which I think that hopefully you noticed in the photography of the x-rays that I sent to you, that that was of great concern. The plan now is to have a minor surgery to remove those pins and to look inside with a scope to determine, how everything is developing there. It may be necessary to have a second surgery to correct the healing of the patella, or to assist in that process, but that won't be determined until after we have this minor surgery scheduled for the 23rd of this month.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying this because the medical expenses are ongoing, and I can't tell you or give you any clarity as to when we foresee that continued medical attention will be needed.
Understood. Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions, Representative Samsel?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning, Mr. Martinez. And I understand
Yes.
you're an attorney, correct?
No, I am not.
Oh, not an
No,
attorney.
I am
Okay.
not.
Excellent. Well, I was going to ask, I was curious why you brought the claim in this forum rather than pursuing what we would more typically see, I think, is a lawsuit against the entity that was responsible. But that's maybe not a fair question if you're not practicing law like I thought you were when I thought about this. So I don't know. Did you pursue any other avenue for this, or was this your first resort?
Well, I attempted to. I spoke to a number of attorneys. No one seemed to be interested in it because of the process involved. When we filed the claim initially with the state fair, they merely, what we filed was, or the form that they gave us was an incident form, and then after filing that form, then we were informed that then our claim had to, if we wanted to pursue it any further, would have to be filed with the state of Kansas, and that's why we're where we're at.
Okay, I appreciate that information. I don't want to and don't presume to speak for the committee, but a lot of times on these things, we're not well situated to receive a whole lot of evidence and go through process and a number of other things. So I appreciate you being willing to help on this thing. And then even as far as figuring out which entity it was that was responsible, I know that a lot of these times there's sometimes notices when they involve municipalities. So you answered my question, though, and I appreciate the information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we have an agency response that's a staff member is going to read. It's also in your packet on, I think, page 281. Who's reading?
I think Meredith is ready, ma'am.
Okay, Meredith, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so there are 2 letters that this Kansas State Fair sent in response to the Kansas Legislative Research Department regarding the claim with Rebecca Lambert, claim number 7297. The first one was received on November 10th of 2022. And in summary, it is from Janine Starks, the controller of the Kansas State Fair. And she says that neither she nor Brian Schultz, the general manager for the State Fair, are able to attend the meeting today due to previously scheduled commitments. But to be assured that the Kansas State Fair is investigating the claim and will be able to present written findings and a recommendation prior to the committee meeting today. So then there was another letter that was sent on December 6, 2022, and I'll read that one in full. It said, I first received a phone call from Alberto Martinez on 9/26/2022 that his daughter Rebecca Lambert had fallen during the fair and needed to know what to do. I advised him to have her come in and file an incident report. He stated that she had surgery and was not able to come. I did advise him that I needed her to call me to verify this, and we will send an incident report form to them. I did receive a call from Rebecca on 9/29/22 verifying the incident. I again informed them they needed to fill out the incident form. I also emailed a link for the Joint Committee and Kansas Tort Claims for them to file on 9/30/22. The report from Reno County Emergency Medical Services that is attached to the claim does state that EMS was dispatched to gate number 3 and Kansas Highway Patrol directed and escorted EMS to the Sunflower South building. Our request would be to carry over this claim to next session to allow the Kansas State Fair time to assess the incident more closely, particularly in light of the claimant's contention that she may need additional surgery. And that was from Janine Starks, Controller, HR, Kansas State Fair.
Thank you, Meredith. Committee, do you have any questions? Okay. Yes, Representative Humphreys. I'm sorry, I looked down.
Yeah. I don't know if Meredith can answer this, but in the letter from the state fair, it says be carried over to the next session. Like our session? Even though so the state fair is pushing it off to us?
I can clarify. She's saying session. When they sent the first letter, I did want to communicate to her because sometimes agencies don't know when they say to carry over. She didn't realize that carry over means it would be next interim or the next session. So in her response, she's asking to carry it over, which would ultimately be a matter for the next session. Does that make sense, ma'am?
You mean session like starts January the 9th? Or you mean the next
Correct. So when we
convening
carry
of
over,
this?
correct. So when,
But my question is that common that if they have an incident report filed, that they just say, oh, we're going to take it to the claims against the special claims against the state? Like what I'm missing is the state fair taking care of it themselves
So
first.
I think our revisor would like to weigh in on that. Go ahead, Mike.
Just a general comment. This claim is premature because of several reasons. One is the statute of limitations for a tort claim has not expired. That's number one. Number two, there's still outstanding medical bills that may be incurred. And so I don't think this committee is in a position to take any action other than dismissing the claim without prejudice, probably.
Does that answer your question, Representative Humphreys?
I mean,
Still
I
wondering why
understand what the procedure would be, and that makes a lot of sense, and that seems great. But I'm just still a little confused on just why the state fair, isn't just dealing with it themselves first before sending it to this committee.
So
who knows? Is that what I just heard?
That's
Okay.
a very good question. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So that we have the answer to that.
Okay. Yeah. No, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for that info.
Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I would just add, and since the Kansas State Fair isn't here, but I thought maybe I'm looking at a different sentence, but I thought I read that to mean that they'll do their own internal investigation and come up with written findings and recommendation prior to the next meeting. So I actually thought they were going to do their own investigation, but maybe I misread that.
I think you're correct, but I think the question is, why are they not liable? Why has it come to us first?
Which is another question. Yes. Right. Thanks, Madam Chair.
We don't have the answer to that. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We will get back to you within the next 21 days to let you know our finding. Are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. So did you hear what I said, that we'll be back to you within 21 days with our finding?
Yes, and but I would like to point out that when I received that information from the state fair, when they provided me the link to this format where we're at now, I recall that I had a limited amount of time to get this in before November 1st. And so I was accumulating all the information and providing you all the data that you do have. And I made sure that you received it before the 1st of November so that it would, you would be able to act on it or not act on it, I suppose, during this legislative session.
Yes, yes. That deadline that you're talking about is correct for our committee, but there are some extenuating issues that we still are discussing related to the case that really don't have any deadline of November 1st. So that's what you heard us discussing. You did everything right. You did everything that you were supposed to do to submit your forms to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, Merle.
Ma'am, I just wanted to make one quick clarifying point that might be helpful. Is by statute, no agency can pay claims of this amount until it's considered by this committee. Some agencies have authority to pay claims up to $500. A few agencies, I think Highway Patrol, can pay a little larger amount, but by and large, they're really limited to pay a claim. In some instances, some agencies have types of liability insurance. So that would be really a matter for their liability insurance company to deal with. So it's not really a claim for this committee, but by and large, most agencies by law cannot pay claims of that amount until it comes to this group.
Thank you for that explanation. Appreciate that. So, Mr. Martinez, we're going to close this portion of the hearing. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for all the work that you did and everything you've presented to us. And we will get back to you within 21 days.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Do you want to go back to Mr. McKinney?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I would recommend is we hit Mr. McKinney again really quick, and then we move on to Midwest Electrical.
That will be the last claim before we will break. We don't have Connie here today. It's our new.
This is Susan, and Susan, I apologize, but can you pronounce McClarty? Connie Bonner is ill today, so Susan, as of yesterday, found out she was going to be helping us today.
Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I was, what is the, sorry, who is this that picked up? All right, now the wrong number.
No, you're fine.
You have reached the Lansing Correctional Facility. If you know your party's extension, press 5 and please dial the extension number. Press the star key to start over. We will now connect you.
This is Miss Neal at Lansing Correctional Facility.
Hi, Miss Neal. This is Merle with the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. McKinney available?
Yes, sir, he is. Here he is.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. McKinney. This is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We are hearing your claim number 7307, a personal injury claim in the amount of $500,000. So we have all the information that you sent to us, all of the forms and everything here in front of us. You're on speakerphone with the committee. So in a minute, I'll ask you if you'd like to add something to the information that we already have. Then we'll hear from the agency attorney to give the department's side of the situation. And then when that's done, we will get back to you within 21 days with our written notification. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so could you briefly tell us, Mr. McKinney, if you want to, anything else about your claim?
Well, no, I tried to make sure that there was a timeline from when I filed the accommodation up until when they let me out of A3. So all of that kind of goes. It's pretty well. I tried to explain it as plain as I could. So
You did a nice job. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. We'll ask committee. Do you have any questions about this claim at this point? Okay. We're going to hear from the Department of Corrections attorney, so we'll just ask you to listen for a moment. Go ahead, Libby.
all right.
Thank you. Mr. McKinney's claim appears to be that KDOC staff has interfered with his legal actions in retaliation for a lawsuit that he filed, 2018 CV 325, regarding a religious accommodation. He asserts that staff has opened his legal mail, placed him in segregation under false charges, failed to process his grievances and claims, allowed other residents into his cell, and he was injured, that staff has withheld his legal paperwork, and that these actions caused him to miss a deadline in a case for intentional battery based on Aramark staff burning him with coffee. He alleges that in January of 2022, he had permission to take care of a drum, but staff tore the drum apart, and this is being litigated in case number 2018 CV 325. His claim does not include any attachments, and he does not identify any facility claim or claims regarding the allegations presented in his legislative claim. Facility staff responding to the present claim did provide copies of numerous grievances filed by Mr. McKinney. In one, he alleged that he was denied property claim forms, but it was determined that he had been provided several claim forms and that the grievance office had in fact received several claims from him. In another, it was alleged that he needed all of his legal paperwork because he had several lawsuits pending. The response noted that he was in possession of paperwork in excess of what was permitted in his living unit, and that he would need to work with property officers to bring the quantity to within permissible limits. In another, he complained that a ceremonial drum was dismantled and the objects inside it were removed. The response was that the chaplain had been consulted and said the drum should not have been in his possession. The drum had been disassembled to determine what was inside of it, and the drum and its contents were turned over to the chaplain. He also filed a property claim regarding the drum. The chaplain verified that he was not permitted to have it outside of the call-outs. In another grievance, he claimed that staff were blocking his grievances, but the response noted that 5 grievances had been processed between September 13th and September 30th, as well as 3 additional grievances that were returned to him without action because they were beyond time limits or because he had failed to attempt any informal resolution. Facility staff responding to this claim also noted that they had worked with Mr. McKinney in April to allow him to go through his paperwork and bring it within allowable limits so that he could pursue his legal matters. Mr. McKinney began sorting through the paperwork, but he became agitated and attempted to leave the area with all of the property. He was escorted out of the area by SORT team members, and he has not made any further inquiry about his legal work. He offers no evidence in support of his allegations, and a review of his grievances and claims indicates that numerous filings have been processed and answered. Mr. McKinney does not dispute those findings in his or offer any arguments that the decisions were erroneous. Nothing presented establishes that he has suffered any compensable loss as a direct result of staff negligence, or that any such loss should be valued at $500,000. So we are recommending denial of the claim.
Thank you. Committee questions? All right. Is there anything more that you want to say to us, Mr. McKinney?
Yes, I didn't know he was going to be making an argument today.
No, you're not really making an argument. We're just listening to you and looking at your information. So we just, I'm getting ready to close the hearing. I just wanted to make sure you had said everything you'd like to.
Okay, well, as in putting anything forward, as in any documentation, I didn't know I was supposed to attach anything, and then how am I supposed to attach something that property has? My property, they've had my property since January, so I don't know what the deal is with that. You see, so there's no way that I can make a valid claim without my property to attach those things. And then the ones that they're talking about where they say that it's untimely, if I go to the unit and tell them that I need a property claim done, and they tell me they're too busy doing something and brush me off, then how is that going to be? I don't believe that would be untimely on my end. So that's going to have to be something that is going to have to be looked at. And then when they say these other property claims that they did not do was if I say that if I'm making an allegation towards staff making a false allegation against me to put me in segregation, and then and I file on them for conspiracy, and then they say these are not property claim issues, I don't know what other claim it could be. I mean, it's obviously, and then when they say that they haven't been put in my legal mail, I filed 2 lawsuits within and I had to withdraw them is because they were about to dismiss it because they said that they were not getting my civil cover sheet. So that would be the equivalent to 6 times that I mailed that civil cover sheet, and the court said that never received it. So that would have to be on this end. So somebody obviously is opening my legal mail on coming in and going out. So that's what started this whole thing, was when I filed the religious accommodation, and they start opening my mail, and then I just made it about it, and then I didn't even pursue the issue until they wanted to say that they found some illegal substance in my legal box all of a sudden, and then that's when the false allegations started. So other than that, the documentation and everything is in my legal materials, in which the if the warden says that for all pending for pending for anything that's pending, I'm allowed to keep. Okay, so that's the word. When he said if they're pending, it doesn't say that he didn't specify as in how much goes towards something that's pending. So, and then in that, there was an email when they first opened this building. It says that we were allowed to keep one black crate extra of paperwork because they've made less room in these cells. So they said you could have one excess box of paperwork. So me being out of compliance is going to have to be, and then him, and I already have a lawsuit against Kincaid for throwing my stuff around when he tossed it at me. The day they escorted me out, he pretended like he was going to give me my stuff, but then kept trying to put my cellmate's property in my stuff, and they're trying to make it me over compliance. And I'm sitting there going, that's not my property. I don't have any property. You guys had it since January, and he wouldn't believe me. So he just threw everything on the floor. I had to pick it up, start putting it in the box. Then he grabbed it again from me, and then he came back, threw some more stuff on me. So, I mean, I guess we were both agitated at each other. So, but still, yet he still took my property back, and then they wouldn't give it to me. So, and then I told him, I said, I already have that lawsuit pending on property for taking my property in the first place. I said, now you're just going to be added to it because I'm not getting it back, and I still haven't got it back. So,
okay.
Anyway, all those things that you're looking for, the documentation is in my property. So, as far as me being able to prove that, and then when I ask back, and then they say it was my responsibility to keep it when staff took it, I don't understand that. So maybe it's not for me to understand, but that's part of my argument. So I'll leave that.
Thank you.
And then I didn't know that we were going to be citing any cases or anything like that. So any argument. But anyway, so that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. We appreciate that. You've gone into great detail. We will get back to you within 21 days of our decision. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right. Okay.
Bye-bye. Okay, committee, our last claim before we break for lunch. And then after lunch, just a reminder that we'll be doing approval of the minutes from our last meeting. So we have, and I appreciate you all being here and staying with us for as long as you have. This is claim number 7289, Midwest Electrical Contractors versus the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. It's a claimant amount of $53,754.06. So I think you've heard me say this multiple times, but I'd be happy to repeat it. I'm Brenda Dietrich, Chair of the Special Claims in the State Legislature. We have all the documentation that you've sent us in front of us on our laptops. We'll go through all of that, and we have gone through it. Then we'll ask you to give us any more information you would like to, and then we'll hear from the department, and then we'll get back to you within 21 days as to our decision. So would you like to come to the microphone and introduce yourself? Is the blue button on?
Check.
Oh, red.
There we go.
There's a blue.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Philip Gregson. I'm an attorney here in town, and I represent Midwest Electrical. And also appearing from my client is Lisa Scott and Jason Burvert. My client's a local business, and in various management forms has been in business for about 28 years. And believe it or not, they have never not gotten paid on a contract until today. And we're here regarding my client's claim on the Hillsdale State Park electrical and water improvements. And if I can give it a quick thumbnail, what my client was contracted to do was to come out and extract the old wiring to the extent it needed to be removed if it was in the way of what they were doing, and replace it with new wiring. In the course of all of that, they were directed by the state to purchase specific pedestals. And pedestals are these things that come up in the ground. If you've been camping, they have like breakers on them or switches. And so the state directed that these particular pedestals be purchased. And there was a significant delay with the manufacturer through no fault of my client, this was a very specified pedestal that the state insisted on. My client even said, hey, can we get you an alternative? And the department said, nope, we're going to wait for these. Lo and behold, it was delayed like 160 days. Somewhere along the line, my client eventually submitted a change order for concrete that had to be removed. This was an unforeseen condition and was not part of the original scope. So they submitted a change order. Following that change order, shortly thereafter began this discussion of supposed delay damages and also an issue regarding the copper wiring that's laid out in the materials we presented. Now, the copper wiring issue basically is what was extracted from the ground and then replaced with the new wire that my client was contracted to do. Now, it's a little squishy in the contract, but basically it says the state has the right of first refusal to this copper. But if they don't want it, it's the contractor's job to get it off the project side, basically. We contend that the department had representatives there regularly, and they saw that the copper was being extracted, which it was, in approximately, I think, 5 or 6 different campgrounds that were spaced out over time. So they saw this repeatedly. Well, near the end of the project, all of a sudden they want to deduct for what they think the copper was worth because my client had contracted with somebody to get it out of the way so they could do their work. My client, in my view, generously offered to do a deduct, but to take out the amount it would have cost the state to extract that copper instead of what the department wants, which is the total gross value of it. And we tried to resolve it that way, and they said, no, we're not going to do that. So I'm filling up my time here, and I know I'm up against the lunch break for you guys. If any of you have any questions of me or my clients, I invite the questions, but I really thank you for your time here.
Committee, do you have any questions? Representative Samsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gregson. I saw in the materials you submitted that you've drafted a petition, but that's not something you're going to file unless and until the claim's not decided in this body or approved in this body.
Well, if it happens to be approved, sure, we're not going to file suit. But there's case law out there that if we're going to assert an equitable claim in civil court, I have to come and talk to you guys, or it is a condition preceding to me asserting that claim in court.
Excellent. If you have that case law, I'd be interested to see it. That's not something I've seen before. If that's something you could email the committee. And so It sounds like you may have both breach of contract claims and an equitable claim then.
That's correct.
Okay.
Merle, can I shoot that to you?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Don't leave. We will now hear from the Kansas Department of Parks and Wildlife. And when you come up, will you introduce yourself?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
My name is Dan Riley, and I'm Chief Counsel with the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. With me today is Brett Blackburn, our Chief Engineer. The nature of the claim was relatively well laid out by the claimant, but a couple of the points that he made I'd like to dispute. First of all, the contract terms were not squishy as it relates. I guess squishy is a legal term. I've used terms like that. Not squishy in any sense in terms of the salvage of the copper. The incorporated terms that were made part of the contract very clearly made the copper intended to be left in place, and only that copper that was necessarily removed to complete the construction was to be removed. And any copper that was removed under those circumstances was to be stored for the agency. And those terms were made part of the contract. So there's nothing squishy in terms of the copper itself. As to the duration of the project, it was clearly a negotiated contract term that the term of the project be 180 days. In the course of the project, there were many delays. some related to the inability to get some of the necessary components of the construction, some related to weather, and the state granted 134 days of extensions. So nearly as many extension days were granted as the original term of the contract itself. Eventually, no longer delays, and some of those delays were not due to equipment not being provided. They were just delayed because the contractor had not completed the work, and the state was running up against a hard deadline. April 1st is a deadline for the opening of the park, and to some extent, state parks operate like any other business. They have customers and they have clientele, and they have an expectation that you're going to be open and be able to provide the services that you're supposed to provide. And that's what Wildlife and Parks was running into with the delays that continued in those campgrounds. And that's why no further extensions could be granted. But again, 134 days of extensions were provided during the course of the contract. So we don't think that the dispute that's raised by the claimant there is founded either. So you've seen the information we provided, the appendages that contain the specific language that relates to the copper and the time frame for the contract performance. So I think all the information is in there.
Thank you. Committee questions of the department? Representative Samsel.
Thank you. Just one again, Madam Chair. In my 4 years on this committee and practicing law, I've always been under the impression that this was a committee of last resort, if you will, rather than a first resort. And perhaps he has better researchers than myself and others finding that the piece about equitable claims and bringing it here. Is that anything you've seen or heard before?
Not typically, no. Obviously, as a respondent, we don't have any choice but to come and respond since we didn't file the claim, but not typically, no. I don't think there's any prohibition in terms of filing before this committee as in any order, because I don't know that there's any specific order that's dictated by statute in terms of a claim, but it's not something typically that we would normally be called to respond to.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. And so I'd look forward to seeing that if we have it. As far as the claims and defenses and evidence and all those things that we would typically see in a case, I think that's why we've normally deferred to, in this case, it'd be our friends in Miami County, Kansas, which I'll brag about a little bit. We appreciate your work at Hillsdale Lake. That's in my neck of the woods in my district. So it's a beautiful place and appreciate your work on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If you wish to weigh in, our reviser will make a statement.
I think there is case law, which I'll give you the case after lunch, dealing with implied contracts and so on. So,
Very good. Committee, if there are no more questions or comments, we will close this portion of the hearing.
Madam Chair, I have
yes.
something further.
Sure.
It's the agency recommendation that this claim be denied in its entirety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Osman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. You had mentioned, you sort of used a passive tone when you said that there were delays. Can you specify specifically what delays there were and who was responsible for them? Were they change orders or was there something else that happened?
Not the ones that I made reference to. Basically, we were very reasonable, I think, in terms of agreeing with the claimant that, you know, some of the delays that resulted were outside of their control, and certainly weather is outside of their control. So we made reasonable allowances in terms of agreeing, and like I say, 130 days for a 180-day contract is a pretty considerable allowance in terms of those delays that we found acceptable enough, but eventually just had to draw the line and push for the completion of the project. Thank you.
Representative Humphreys, yes.
Thank you. So the delays, it seems, you know, we all know what construction's been like the last few years and getting materials and everything. So it does seem like a lot of this rests on the copper wire. And I don't know that this is the place, but you know, you each have said that the contract says something different. So I'm not seeing in our materials, the exact place. I mean, I see some notes, but what is it? Okay, now that's pre-bid meeting notes.
That's correct. The
I
first
don't see
time
the
that,
contract.
the first time that the directives in terms of the salvage the copper wire were communicated to all the individuals that attended the pre-bid meeting were at that time, March 18th of 2021. And there's in fact an attendance sheet included in the materials also that showed that Mr. Lackey, who is a representative for MEC, was in attendance of that meeting. And the way the process works, if there's additional information to be conveyed, it's conveyed at that time, then it's incorporated into the contract. Because if you read section 3 of the contract, it's kind of a standard contract form. It anticipates that those types of details will arise and be incorporated into the contract.
Do we have section 3 of the
Yes,
contract?
ma'am, you have all of this information.
Okay. Okay, I just need a little bit more time.
Sure, and if you look at the appendages, specifically the pre-bid meeting information is in Appendix A. And then there are additional specifications related to salvage and wire removal that are contained in Appendix B. And all of those are incorporated into the contract.
Okay, so again, I see those pre-bid meeting notes, but I don't see the.
There is a copy of the contract on page 292 of the PDF that was provided by the claimant.
Yeah, actually, the claimant included the base contract, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, any further questions, comments? Mr. Gregson, do you have anything else to add before we close the hearing? I just wanted to give him one more opportunity. If you.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Gregson.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Well,
The other guy.
Can't see me in front or behind, it's all right. I just want to make sure everybody was clear here. The pedestals are what caused the significant delay on this project. And it was the department that said, we want those pedestals, not us. We ordered them at their direction. That's what caused the majority of the delay and weather. That's
okay. Yes, thank you. All right. Committee and claimants, thank you so much. We're going to close this portion of the hearing for 7289. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We'll give you a decision within 21 days. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry you had to wait so long. Hopefully it was somewhat entertaining. All right. Committee, we have a lunch break. Why don't we break? And then if you will come back and approve our minutes and these three last claims, 7307, 7297, and 7289, we'll take action on right after lunch. And that way, if you need a little bit more time, Representative Humphries, you'll have it, okay? So we will take action right after lunch, and don't forget the minutes. Yes, Representative Samsel.
Just my one question would be, how long do we think the case law might be, if that's something we have later today or not? But
we'll find out.
Not to put somebody on the spot, but that's what I would like to know.
How long will it take to find that case law? Would you have it for us after lunch? Right after lunch, okay? If not, we can postpone that until the end of our meeting if we need to.
And
okay.
Madam Chair, wasn't that the same case law that was referred to about the Kansas State Fair? I mean, we have these two things where it was similar.
Somewhat, I would think.
Okay, I just wanted to see if it was something different or it seemed the same, that they have to, some case law seems to indicate they go here first before they file petition. Okay, thank you.
So is it okay? Are you still, the snack bar I think is open downstairs. Are we comfortable coming back here at 1:30 to stay on schedule? Does that give you enough time? All right, we will recess for lunch until 1:30. Thank you. So I hope you've had a chance to look at those minutes. They seemed accurate to me. And if you agree, I would take a motion to approve the minutes of October 6th, 2022.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Representative Humphries seconded. Any discussion on those minutes? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The minutes were approved. Okay. We have claims from this morning that we wanted to take action on. We had claim number 7307. That was a personal injury of $500,000. That was claimant McKinney. Do we have a motion on that? Claim number 7297 or 7307. I'm sorry. I had to come back to him.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm going to move to deny that claim. And just as a bit of background, normally I guess I would have made a motion under Rule 2, but from listening to the description and the response of the agency, I don't see any basis to leave open the door to bring that one back in front and create the paperwork all over again. So I move to deny claim number 7307.
Is there a second? Second, Representative Samsel. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, I have a motion and a second to deny claim number 7307. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Claim denied. Claim number 7297 is the issue with the Kansas State Fair Board of Personal Injury claim for $240,000. Do I have a motion on that?
Madam Chair, I move to deny the claim based, or not deny, dismiss without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2. The description in its entirety, I almost feel like we should apologize to the claimant for having been sent here for some reason. Actually pretty disappointed in the State Fair's response to these folks in terms of sending them here. I don't know that it could have proceeded any more quickly in another avenue, but I'm disappointed that these folks may have thought that there was some recourse through this particular committee at this point in time. So move to dismiss without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2.
Do I have a second? Representative Samsel, and then discussion. Senator McGinn, you had a
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand. So without prejudice, does that mean if they go through the process with the Kansas State Fair and are not satisfied, they can come back here?
Yes, it leaves open all their doors to come back here at some point in time if it were to happen. I can't imagine a case where this doesn't proceed through to some type of just litigation through the courts. But if, for example, if they would happen to reach some type of an agreement with the Kansas State Fair Board, they might end up back here for some type of approval, and this leaves open that alternative for them.
Any other discussion on that motion and second? All those in favor, dismissing without prejudice per Rule 2, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That motion was approved. And then claim number 7289 was Midwest Electrical Contractors versus the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, $53,754.06. And did you have something you wanted to add before we address this, Revisor Heim?
Madam Chair and Committee, I passed out a memo, which I probably should have given this committee a long time ago. But anyway, this I presented to this committee probably 7 or 8 years ago. I think it's still very good law. But if you look at number 4 on page 1, in a relatively few cases when a filing a claim with the Joint Committee is a conditioned precedent to filing a lawsuit. And this perhaps is one of those cases. I've attached the case that is cited where dealing with interpretation of a couple of the statutes, 46903 and 46907. The Wheat versus Finney case back in 1980, and the case the Kansas Supreme Court basically read the statutes together and said that an implied contract had to be brought to this committee before they could proceed with litigation. The problem is what's an implied contract, and I think the attorney was being cautious today to bring it here. So that's for what it's worth.
Any questions or discussion on that piece? Okay, I'm ready for a motion on claim number 7289.
Madam Chair, I think at this point in regard to claim number 7289, I would move to dismiss without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2. And I'm, just for purposes of the record, I'm doing that with the expectation that should at some point down the road a court consider this in regard to the discussion that we just had from staff, that we have considered it. They've satisfied whatever condition precedent, even though we are dismissing without prejudice, that we believe we are fulfilling that for the courts to consider this at some point down the road. Because I think this is one of those instances, it'd be inappropriate for this committee to try to delve into this matter at this point.
I think Representative Ralph's notation should be in the minutes.
Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would add, if the court does look at it, the statutory language looks like it's for an implied contract. Hopefully the court can take a look at it should it advance that far. It looks like we've got an express written contract here and make it clear one way or another whether they need to come here, because I feel for everybody involved in that situation, there's been a lot of passage of time and it hasn't moved very far forward yet. But I agree with the analysis, and I think dismissal here's the proper move and that the courts will consider it.
Okay. So I do have a motion. I'm not sure I had a second. A second by Representative Humphreys. We've had discussion. Any further discussion on this? Okay. All those in favor of dismissing without prejudice per Rule 2, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That motion passed. Folks who weren't in the room, we went ahead and approved the minutes because we had a quorum. So is there anything else before we move on, Merle, to our first claimant? Are they online?
That's correct, ma'am. I think we're ready for the next claim, which is 7290. We do have. I will need to dial the claimant on the line. Online, we do have Dennis DePue from the Attorney General's office representing the agency, so I'll dial the claimant now.
Claim number 7290.
We will now connect you.
This is UTS Lowen.
Mr. Lowen, this is Merle Riedel with the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We are trying to reach Mr. Ronald Johnson. Is he available?
Yes, sir. He's right here, and I've got him on speakerphone. Yes, sir. How you doing?
It was not on.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, thank you. So you are on speakerphone with the committee, and we have all the documentation that you sent to us regarding your claim. So we'll let you tell us a little bit about it in just a minute. Then we also have representation from the Attorney General's office, who will also present information to us. We will get back to you within 21 days of our written determination of your claim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you loud and clear. I understand.
Okay, very good. So I'll give you a minute if you'd like to briefly tell us anything you want us to know about your claim, knowing that we have all the documentation.
Okay. You want me to start now?
Yes, if you want to tell us anything, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. Back in 2013, the Supreme Court of the United States kicked back the state the Ortega case, at which time the governor at that time on August 6, 2013, stated in part in his proclamation that experts in the law, and he quoted Derek Smith's name, states the unconstitutional hard 50 sentence will virtually guarantee significantly weaker sentences for these Kansas prisoners. And I also just want to point out that the whole Kansas Hard 50 Act, when I was sentenced in 2003, ma'am, committee, it's sua sponte. The state didn't have to write a motion to seek it. And so I'm still under a sua sponte sentence, which has been held unconstitutional by the Kansas Supreme Court. And now the state is mandating, as well as judiciary, that I filed some magic motion and ignoring the sua sponteness of what the legislature have put in place, which is the saving clause of 214639, which is renumbered in 2010 or 11 to KSA 216628C.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, and we do have that information right here. I believe it's in your own handwriting,
yes,
actually. Okay, so committee, do you have any questions of our claimant? Okay, Mr. Johnson, I want you to hang on for a second because we're going to hear from the Attorney General's office. Okay, so you'll need to listen. Mr. Depew.
Yes, ma'am. I believe Mr. Depew is out there, and I think he's ready whenever you give him the cue.
Depew, can you hear me?
Mr. Depew, this is Merle with the Joint Committee. We see you speaking, but we're not hearing any noise, so you might check to see if you are unmuted. All right, we're still not hearing you, Mr. Depew. If you stand by, we will give you a call on the phone, and we'll give you a call on your phone, and you can interact with the committee. If you want to give us a thumbs up, we can see you. Okay, thanks.
Is this the California? Is this the
All right, Mr. Depew, we're going to be calling you at a number. Well, I probably should not put out your number in this venue. Last four of 8426. You're going to see what looks like a number from California. And you will probably need to dial I think it's a *1 to receive the call. It'll be just a few moments.
Mr. Depew? In a second, we're waiting. So could you hold on just a minute, Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Depew, you might make sure that your computer is now muted so we don't get the feedback.
Okay, how about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you no, there's still a little echo on that.
Okay, how about now?
Much better. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Depew, this is Senator Dietrich. So, if you would want to present the Attorney General's position on Mr. Johnson's claim, that would be great. Now's your chance.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. As we set forth in my letter of November 28th to the committee, we are recommending that this claim be denied. All of the issues that Mr. Johnson has raised in his claim were determined by the Kansas Supreme Court in his most recent filing and process through the Kansas court system. He has had 5 different attacks on his sentence over the years since he was convicted of the first-degree murder. But the most recent one was just made back in April of 2021. And in that case, the issue was whether or not the United States Supreme Court decision that required that the hard 50 sentence process be amended applies to his case was answered. And he raised all of the same issues that he raises in his claim in that case, and the Kansas Supreme Court found that he was not entitled to relief. He was not entitled to have his sentence modified, and as a result of that, there are no longer any legal avenues for him to pursue modification of his sentence. And to make sure that everyone's clear, if there had been an order to modify the sentence, what that would have meant was, in his case, the judge was the one who made the determination about the hard 50 sentence, and after the United States Supreme Court decision, that required a jury to make those findings. And so had the Kansas Supreme Court ruled that the United States Supreme Court case was retroactive and applied back to his case, what that means is they would have had to go back to the original court and impanel the jury and had the jury make the determination about the hard 50 rather than the judge, which is what happened. But the Kansas Supreme Court in his case and one other case has made it clear that cases in which the sentence was final do not enjoy retroactive application of the changes in the sentencing process, and therefore, from a legal standpoint, Mr. Johnson is not entitled to the relief that he seeks, which would be to make a redetermination of his sentence. And on that basis, since the Supreme Court of Kansas did a good job in setting out all of the rationale in its discussion in that case, we don't really have anything other to add to that other than we believe that he is not entitled to any sort of compensation, and we request that the claim be denied.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Depew. Committee, do you have any questions of Mr. Depew? Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Johnson, did you want to say one more thing before we close the hearing?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say he did not mention that Judge Lockhart on page 13 of that ruling stated that I was correct, that the sentence modification was triggered in 2014, the Soto ruling, but however, I used the wrong avenue, which did not give the court jurisdiction. And I also, again, just like to continue to point out in the statute, if you had a statute in front of you, it says of a person that has been previously convicted or sentenced under this act. So the retroactivity was already preordained and pre-written by the legislature in Kansas. So it was no magic motion that must be filed or no retroactivity that needed to be had. It was simply, once it was ever held to be unconstitutional, courts that have jurisdiction were simply supposed to bring one back and modify such person's sentence as required by law. And I have been, yes, fighting, as he said, I've just been striving to get the law applied to me, sua sponte, like it was applied to me when it was against me, ma'am, committee members. Now, when the law has swung in my favor, as justice seemingly do after years, decades in here, now I'm having to file some magic motion and continue to have these retroactive words where the the judicial branch as well as the state knows that the legislator have already spoken. This is a sua sponte issue. And that's all I would like to say, ma'am, and committee members. And I definitely thank you all for your time. And I ask and pray that my claim be recognized and in the favor of myself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate all of the research that you've done and everything that you've presented to us today. We're going to close this hearing and we will get back to you with a decision within 21 days.
Thank you, guys, for your time.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman.
Bye-bye. All right, committee. The next claim is claim number 7301, Jamie Huron versus the KBI. Property damage in the amount of $1,607.15.
Ma'am, Mr. Huron is in the audience if you want to ask him to come up. And then Mr. Ross from KBI is also present.
So, Mr. Huron, do you want to come on up to the microphone? So you were sitting in here earlier. You know that I'm chair of the committee. We've got all of your documentation. So is there anything you would like to share with us? Oh, let's turn that on. Yes.
Can you hear me now? Any better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. In short, I would just like to say what my claim is. There was a convict or a felon that got stopped by a car, and he ran to a house. The resident of the house was not there that let him in. It's my house that they rent from me, and I am just pursuing damages for that. Also not included in that claim, which I didn't, was over $500 of inside damage where when they backed the truck out, they hit the wall. Now, I know that truck probably isn't manual. I was there when he jerked it. He just jerked it and put a big hole in the wall. We took care of that ourselves. But I'm just claiming, and I was told by the KBI officer that the state's bought many doors before, so there should be no problem. And that's how I got my information to file the claim here. I understand get the criminals and keep drugs off and all that. I just would like my house reimbursed for the repair.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions? Representative Samsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. We've dealt with one of these before, and I know we had insurance issues involved. Have you considered or did you submit an insurance claim? And if so, did they have any response to it?
I did not submit because I didn't know what I could claim. I did call my agent because it was a KBI facility, and actually the KBI, the officers there says you'll just have to submit a claim. And so that's as far as it went.
Okay, thank you for the information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Submit a claim here.
Correct.
Not to insurance.
Correct. They gave me the website. Well, you've got my claim information, so that's how I got it.
Any other questions, committee? Okay, thank you.
And I just I do not know the felon. It's no relation or no friend of mine, so I'm not trying to cover for anybody. I'm just trying to get my expenses reimbursed.
You have a question?
I do have one question. Just more, because we had something very similar to this even within this last year. But when you inquired of your insurance agent, what was the response?
They said, usually the state takes care of that. That's all they told me, and I didn't take it past that because the two officers I was talking to had said I just have to submit a claim.
So your agent didn't go ahead and submit a claim to the carrier, and you didn't get an actual response or a position from your insurance company?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Samsel.
I guess my last thing is the heartburn that I would share has nothing to do with what you've brought before us, except I thought the last one, it was down in the Pittsburgh area, we actually dismissed it and let the unfortunate circumstances, and actually they may have let the individual into the residence, unlike yours, but to pursue their remedies as far as the insurance and then waited to see how that came back is the only heartburn I had if we set any precedent with that. But that's testing my memory a little bit.
So I might ask staff about that. Wasn't that like a $6,000 claim and something like that? And
Yes,
Will
ma'am.
you refresh our memories?
Yes, ma'am. So in the last, I would say 3 years, the committee has heard 2 claims related to fugitive standoffs involving the KBI. Claim number 7103 was Michael Broyles against KBI due to property loss in the amount of about $46,000. Claimant stated his homes and items and personal property were destroyed as a result of a 9-hour police standoff. The committee did dismiss that without prejudice on January 8th, 2021. And then this year we heard claim 7245 Alexander Lake against KBI. Claimant stated his rental property sustained damage by KBI officers as a result of a police standoff, and the committee voted to deny on August 11th, 2022.
Madam Chair, if I might, am I recalling correctly? Because I think we also had some heartburn during that about KBI agents specifically making those statements to folks on scenes about, oh, all you need to do is file a claim with the state. It seemed like, because I remember Representative Miller having some concern and asking some questions about why are we giving people that kind of direction?
The claimant did say that the claimant did say that KBI directed them to the claims committee. The agency did respond that they provided that information after the claimant had indicated he had no recourse with his local government and said he needed help. So KBI gave them the general instructions that this was a venue they could pursue.
Thank you, Merrill. And Madam Chair, but kudos to staff here of catching our questions on the fly. Pretty impressive recollection and information. Appreciate that.
Representative Samsel?
My last comment I'd add, Madam Chair, is I guess whether it's the legislature this coming session or somebody in KBI, but I don't know if our reviser has any recommendations, but so that we're treating these consistently and fairly, since we've already had 3 of these apparently, that we develop a policy moving forward on that, because it sounds like we may not have one and we're treating them on a one-by-one basis perhaps. So hopefully there's a way where we can deal with these. And then that way the agents know too. So we don't have one KBI agent saying one thing and then another one telling somebody something else in different parts of the state. So just an observation.
If I recall, the claim that we heard earlier this year, it was primarily the local government, I think, that was at fault, not the KBI. So that was, I think, the reason why that was dismissed. The only comment I would have here is I don't know what the deductible is for the insurance policy, but a lot of home, $1,000 deductible is not unusual. So anyway.
That is, if it would have paid, I had $1,000 deductible. But my point is, and I understand where you're coming from, the taxpayers' money pays on this. We pay the KBI, the police, and so forth. If we're not related, and this guy was not let in by the resident, again, he was at work. And matter of fact, I had tried, I says, I'll let you in if you want, because once the police called me and they says, no, we can't, there's a gun. And the felon's father was there too. So that all could have been prevented. The search warrant was given at 4:03 p.m. and he surrendered at 2:35 a.m. So there was a lot of time between then, and it was obvious. They says, oh no, there might be a gun. Well, so it was tried to prevent all this.
Good. Thank you. Representative Samson?
And I think, Madam Chairwoman, the policy question is, it doesn't sound like the KBI is necessarily at fault. So who do we want to cover these things in the future, whether it's a homeowner, the state of Kansas, when nobody perhaps is at fault except the bad guy maybe. So
yes,
thank you.
Okay. Committee, any other questions? If not, we'll hear from the agency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Would you identify yourself for the record? Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Brian Ross. I'm an Assistant General Counsel with the KBI.
Thank you.
I submitted a letter to the committee back on November 29th, 2022 that provided a more detailed summation of what occurred in this incident. I'm going to provide just a quick rundown of that here today, but if there's any specific issues or questions the committee would like to ask, I'd be happy to address those. On September 27, 2022, the KBI was conducting an investigation into a distribution of drugs and associated crimes. The suspect in that investigation ended up fleeing He evaded the police and ended up barricading himself inside the residence at 9300 Sheridan Street in Salina, Kansas. Announcements were made for him to exit the residence, but he refused. The KBI eventually obtained a search warrant for the residence and an arrest warrant for the suspect. And the KBI's high-risk warrant team was called in to assist. The warrant team again tried to persuade the suspect to exit the residence with announcements, but that was unsuccessful. Ultimately, the high-risk warrant team had to utilize a hydraulic ram to ram the front door. They also ported a bedroom window and also a basement window to deploy non-lethal munitions. After the deployment of the non-lethal munitions, after some time, the suspect eventually surrendered to the KBI. We did an online property search of this residence, and it did show that it was owned by the claimant and also a Michelle Hernan as well as a property owner. One discrepancy I did note, just for the committee's awareness, is that the KBI and also the Saline County Property Records has this as 930 Sheridan Street. I believe the claim information submitted by Mr. Hernan has it as Avenue and not Street. Just a note of clarification. Mr. Hernan's claim material did contain invoices for the damage to the front entrance, the ground level window, and the basement window, totaling $1,607.15. We looked at that and looked at the damage, and the damage was consistent with the known damage to the residence in the KBI's apprehension of the suspect. The KBI does not oppose a committee allowing this claim, but KBI's budget does not have funds appropriated to cover property damage in this type of situation. Therefore, if the committee does elect to allow this claim, the KBI would request additional funds be appropriated to the agency commiserate with the amount of the approved claim. I'd be happy to address any additional questions this committee may have.
Okay, committee questions for the agency? No? Senator McGinn.
Thank you. So in all of history, KBI has never had any property damage issues. And so this is the first time. I don't understand why you don't have that in your budget as a line item that you would request.
You know, I cannot speak to that. This was a KBI initiated investigation, and in the apprehension of the suspect, the KBI did cause the damage that is being alleged. But as far as the budget and the appropriations, I cannot speak to that.
Be a good recommendation.
I just
forward.
think that maybe the KBI ought to talk about that when they come to the budget committees. Because I would guess this is not the first time there's been a problem.
Sure, you're accurate.
Just to clarify again, ma'am, statute would prohibit the agency from actually paying this claim if it was over $500.
500 or 1,000?
I believe it's 500.
I would have. It's like on the other one, it might have been 1,000. Do I remember that? No.
We can look for that amount because it is spelled out.
There is a
agency
threshold.
Right. Most agencies, and it may actually be 1,000, can only pay up to 1,000 internally. Their agency head can approve that. Beyond 1,000, it usually requires, it would have to come to this committee.
Representative Ralph.
Help me if I'm remembering correctly, and it seems like on the last one of these we asked for some additional information, and we sent claimant directly back out to their insurance carrier. We got a letter response. I'm picturing that we reviewed a letter response and that actually there was some coverage under the policy. They denied some of the damages because it was something about resulting from fighting the fire. So they split out some of the damages were covered under the policy. Some of the damages weren't because of policy language. But I think all of this is getting back to the point of there is, in most instances, there's going to be some insurance coverage out there, which doesn't really address the ultimate concern that there's going to be some out-of-pocket regardless one way or another. And again, not landing at KBI's feet, but as the senator points out, there's going to be some damages there somehow. And I'm not sure the policy determination as to what should be paid and what shouldn't be paid out of state funds necessarily comes out of this committee, but it sounds like it needs to be addressed in some fashion. some way. Now, so we may end up having to deal with this claim as a one-time type of deal, not creating a precedent, but it feels like there's an underlying issue there that needs some attention. And staff, am I remembering that correctly, that there was some distinction?
Correct. The committee did ask the claimant to provide documentation from his insurance agency stating that the claim was first rejected by them, and the claimant did provide that documentation. The insurance agency did cover some portions of that, but the majority of expenses were related to damage at the result of a civil authority were not covered. But there were some items that the insurance agency determined were not damaged due to the civil order.
Any more questions for the agency? Oh, Mr. Hearn, after we finish with the agency, we'll get to you. Yes. Representative Osman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Not a question directly for you. I was actually just sort of a general question. I wanted to find out, because I'm new, does this committee even have the authorization to redirect funds from one department to another, or to add funds to a department like the KBI is requesting?
Yes, the committee definitely has the authority to recommend that additional SGF or other funds be appropriated to pay a claim. Or they can direct that the claim be paid from existing resources, meaning they get no additional funds. But it is not unusual for larger amounts that agencies would indicate they don't have adequate funds.
That's why we have two members of our committee, that someone serves on Ways and Means, which is Senator McGinn, and then someone on the House Appropriations. So, yes. Yes, Senator McGinn.
Just also, everything that we approve this year has to go before the budget. So it gets looked at one more time, and the budget folks can deny at that point as well.
That makes sense. Good. Thank you. Anything else for the agency? Representative Samuel.
Just briefly for council, if there's a way, I don't know that there's a policy already, but it's typically, I think we only pay when the state of Kansas is at fault. So if there's a way to find out what the policy is or should be, but then having your agents communicate that, so if they do have insurance, perhaps there's a way we can get that ball rolling earlier than coming here as a matter of first instance, and then there's a whole bunch more weeks, months involved during the process. So, and that's been my experience in now 3 of these that we've seen. So if that's of help, thanks, Madam Chair.
Mr. Heron, did you wish to say something? Come on up to the mic so we can we're all being recorded, by the way. You can watch yourself on YouTube later.
All I was going to say, you rang a bell, sir. The civil actions of the public, I have a few properties, and it excludes that. You rang up the word, because if you have an investment property or rental property, like, it won't cover appliances, it won't cover personal belongings. That's why people have to have rental insurance. Or sometimes it says some other acts of God or civil actions by public servants. And that is excluded from my policies. If it was my own house, yes, it would cover under comprehensive minus a deductible. Just want to say that.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
You betcha.
Committee, any other questions? We're going to close this hearing. Thank you all for being here today. And we will get our determination to you within 21 days. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, committee. We're in our afternoon agenda now, and we've got a carryover, claim number 7273, Michael Fitzsimmons. And this was just, the reason for the carryover was additional time to investigate the issue. So we will contact Mr. Fitzsimmons in the amount of $120.58.
Thank you for calling the El Dorado Correctional Facility. If you know your party's extension, press 2 and listen to the prompts.
Please dial the extension number. Press the star key to start over. We will now connect you.
This is Mr. Buckles.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Merle Riedel, and I'm calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We are trying to reach a Mr. Michael Fitzsimmons.
He's on the phone. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Fitzsimmons. This is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair. Hi, I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the Legislature. So we're hearing your claim number 7273 in the amount of $120.58. We have all the documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got all the documentation that you sent forward. So we've got that on our laptops. You're on speakerphone with the entire committee. In just a minute.
Okay.
In a minute, I'm going to ask you if there's anything you want to tell us about your claim. Then we're going to hear from the Department of Corrections, and they'll talk to us about their position on your claim. Then we will get back to you within 21 days on a written determination from the committee. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Fitzsimmons, go ahead if you want to tell us briefly anything more about your claim we should know.
Well, number one, I have a couple things. Number one, the state stated for disclaiming my claim that I did not contact anyone about my property. That's false. I contacted Unit Team Manager Walmsley the day after to get a property claim about the property. That was one of the reasons they disproved my claim. So me getting the property claim was contacting somebody about the claim, right?
Are you
and
asking
then,
me?
Number two, the state claims that I was outside of my 10-day limit. If you look at where on the property claim itself, where it's supposed to be notarized, it was notarized 3 days after the incident occurred. So that's false. It was well within the 10-day time limit. So that reasoning was false. And the third reasoning for them disclaiming my claim was that I was not allowed to have these items in SEG, which is also false. And I can have Mr. Buckles verify this, that you are allowed to have the items that were in question here in SEG. I bought them in SEG and received them in SEG. So all three reasonings that the state, the investigator put as reasonings for my claim to be denied are proved to be false. You just got to look at the property claim and it's self-explanatory.
Okay.
You know?
Yes.
And all the items were bought while I was in SEG. So, and Mr. Buckles has a commissary sheet that he can look at, and he can verify that the items that were in question were bought while I was in SEG and are in fact allowed in SEG, so they never should have been taken by the officer, and we wouldn't be going through this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. Does anyone have any questions of the claimant? Okay, Mr. Fitzsimmons, I'd like you to just listen for a minute. We're going to hear from the agency, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Libby.
Mr. Simmons's claim is that Simpson searched his cell on August 3rd and took possession of Nike shoes, a battery charger, and batteries without leaving a shakedown report. He indicates that the items were not properly stored and he requests reimbursement for them. In his facility claim, he stated that the items were confiscated because they were not allowed in restrictive housing. And that claim was notarized on August 9th, but submitted to Unit Team on September 22nd, as initialed by Mr. Fitzsimmons. The response, the facility claim response concluded that his claim was not filed within the 15 days required by policy, and so it was returned to him. In his present claim, Mr. Fitzsimmons argues that the notary stamp of August 9th on his facility claim establishes that the claim was filed within the appropriate time limits. Facility staff responding to the present claim states that the notary stamp establishes only that Mr. Fitzsimmons' signature was witnessed on that date. Below that notary stamp is a section of the claim form stating received from offender/claimant on date 9/22 at time 14:10. This is signed by the unit team staff and initialed by Mr. Fitzsimmons. His claim.
They have us initial, oh, sorry.
Yes, you just need to listen for a moment, Mr. Fitzsimmons, okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
By failing to file a timely property claim at the facility, he did not exhaust his administrative remedies, and the claim is subject to dismissal pursuant to Rule 2. In response to the present claim, however, facility staff determined that Mr. Fitzsimmons' cell was searched on August 3rd by officers Reichert and Simpson. The only items confiscated in that search were extra bedding that was returned to the laundry, as documented in the attached shakedown report signed by both officers. No personal items were taken. Mr. Fitzsimmons' cell was searched, the search was documented by 2 staff members, and no personal property was seized. The alleged loss is unsubstantiated, and there's no showing that staff ever had control of the claimed items. So we are recommending that it be denied. If it's not denied, we do recommend dismissal pursuant to Rule 2.
Committee questions for the agency? Okay. Mr. Fitzsimmons, did you want to say one more thing?
Yes, when you file a property claim, they have you initial the box next to where they sign it and date it when you turn the claim in. It's not my fault that they didn't get to processing it until the 23rd. And you can ask Mr. Buckles that normally they have you initial that box before they even sign it.
Okay.
Most of the time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Committee, any more questions for either the claimant or the agency? Not seeing any. We're going to close this hearing, Mr. Fitzsimmons, and we will get back to you with the determination in 21 days.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Great talking to you today. Bye-bye. The next claim, 7291. This is going to be a recommendation, isn't it, too? Are we going to give us some feedback here? We've got several claims by the same person.
Yep, so the committee has a couple options before it. So the following 3 claims from Mr. Lin, the agency indicated earlier today that they will request to carry over. So the committee could take that, could vote on that and take that action to carry this item over. We could move on to the next claim. Or the committee can proceed with the hearing. So you would hear from the claimant. You could hear from the agency, and the agency will essentially re-articulate their claim, their request to carry over. So it's up to the committee or the chair how you would like to proceed.
So I'm going to ask the committee for their thoughts on this. We've got 3 from the same individual. We need more time to investigate. Go ahead, Representative Ralph.
I'll make the suggestion. I don't know if this actually works procedurally, but in noting that 2 of these are personal injury claims for $75,000, which sounds like a pretty round number, I would fully anticipate that the 2 personal injury claims, I'm going to move to dismiss those pursuant to Rule 2 and for him to pursue if we need to carry over the 7291. But I hate generating more paperwork for claims that we will, at some point in time, we are not going to grant.
Other thoughts, committee? Representative Samsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fully agree. And if it's appropriate, I think they look the same way on the later claims at 3:20 and 3:30 p.m. That's claims 7308 and 7306. If I recall what Merle, the information he gave us on those, that they're in litigation.
Yep. So I guess my question is, do you want to hear from the claimant on 7291 or not? Or we just take action as a committee and let the claimant know? I want to be fair to the claimant.
I agree with Representative Ralph. But the first one, do we know anything about that one? Then I would prefer to hear it.
Okay, let's hear 7291.
Okay, ma'am, we can call the claimant and you might clarify with him. You can either ask him to brief you on all 3 of his claims, or you can just ask him to focus on the 1 claim.
We're going to focus on the 1 claim.
All right, we'll go ahead and dial that number.
Thank you for calling the El Dorado Correctional Facility. If you know your party's extension, press 2. Please dial the extension number, press the star key to start over. We will now connect you.
Anthony Martinez, El Dorado.
Good afternoon, Mr. Martinez. This is Merle Riedel with the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We're trying to reach a Mr. Patrick Lynn.
Yeah, I have him in my office. I'm gonna take you off speaker now.
Okay.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Hi, Mr. Lynn. This is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. You've submitted 3 claims today. We have got all the documentation in front of us. We're going to ask you to focus on claim number 7291, which is a property loss for $121.44. So we've got all your documentation. You're on speakerphone with the committee. We're going to ask you if you want to tell us anything more about that claim, and then we will hear from the Department of Corrections, and we may ask some questions, and then in
Can
21...
I interrupt a moment?
I'm going to give you just
if I
one sec.
understood what you said correctly. You were going to hear from a claim on the Perkins property claim issue, and you have some statements or interviews or something, documentations where you have done interviews whose statements are going to be entered in the record from your side.
No,
Is that correct?
No, sir. We don't investigate anything. We just listen to you and your documentation, and then we'll hear from the agency, the Department of Corrections attorney, and she will give the agency's side of this issue. We don't do any investigating. We just look at what you have submitted. Okay?
Don't you think, sir, and all the others that are present, that's a lopsided, patently ridiculous process, because you would want to know through the people that do these things that some of what they're doing is obfuscation to deprive a valid claim, and hence it's cheaper to go buy a box of bullets than to sit here and argue all this stuff for months and months.
So we're just having, sir, we're just having a hearing. Do you want to continue with the hearing?
Yeah, hey, we'll do this. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of great faith in this here. I known all along that going into this, I was going to get my results in the 10th Circuit and we'll go from there. And I have a small army of people on standby who find this as infuriating as I have over the years. So, which claim would you gentlemen like to start with?
So we are interested in hearing the first claim, which is 7291. It's a property claim, $121.44. Can we focus on that one?
Please forgive me. Your words are running into each other, and I'm having a problem trying to designate which one of these we're going first on. Is it the one for? Which one is in here?
It's not personal injury, it's property.
I had a hard time trying to designate these. I couldn't make sense of you gave a stated claim, which one they would apply to, but it took me a heck of a time to try to ascertain that fact. So which is the first claim that you say that we should delve into first?
So it looks
the
like
Tirador DR perjury or the Aronsalud DR perjury, or the Perkins property claims nonsense.
Madam Chair, maybe I can help clarify. The claimant submitted 3 claims. One claim was for the amount of $121.44.
And it looks like it's items like food and headphones, and
the other 2 claims were for $75,000 each. What you're asking him is to focus on the one that was $121,
yes,
not the claims that are $75,000.
Yes.
Well, no, we'll continue on this $121 claim, and then we'll touch base on the other 2, see what you want to do, because I think those facts have to insult your greater good
and your collective minds that what's right is right, wrong is wrong.
So,
But
Mr.
I'm gonna pull apart my my Perkins property claim one. I believe that was the one for $124.
$121.44. That's probably the same one. Yes.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, please go for it. Please tell us anything you'd like to about that.
Okay, so is the onus on me to start?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, so listen, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in prison 27 years. I am a force to be reckoned with, and I've chilled out for a large number of years because of my health problems. I have quadruple heart bypass. I'm scheduled for another heart bypass here in January. I'm mortified, and I struggle greatly with my falling health. And when I go to report a medical sick call event, it usually gets me packed out with all of my meticulous files. When I come back, those meticulous files get contraband and all this other stuff and taken from me. And it takes some time to retrieve my property, and I'm missing a lot of stuff, just as I was with these 3 packouts. Now, this Perkins lady has been a nemesis of mine specifically for a number of years. If you let me digress a moment, she was the person who passed out puzzles to the man in SEG. And that was really the only job she's ever in her life been qualified for. But because of the turnover here, she ingratiated herself into these other positions, and she wormed her way up front and became the activities person who comes down to the cell houses and gives out these so-called property puzzles. Well, I returned here August 30th of 2021. I wasn't here 2 days, gentlemen and ladies, and I witnessed this guy, Aronslu, deliberately provoking physical confrontations with men in my cell house. I was mortified. I said to myself and others, I sure hope he doesn't come over here, start that crap with me, because I don't put up with it. And sure enough, he came over, put it up with me, and I sent him on his way. And then I was eventually moved to another cell house across the street from this one. And that unity manager was a joy to work with. So not everybody is as hateful as some of the parties that are at bar before you. And this guy took real issue with me, and I guess my reputation preceded me before I got here. And I had a lot of federal court deadlines to meet. And I fall within this category of cases that started with Garcia versus or State versus Garcia, and it's a 272 KAN 142 case number that was issued in 2011. That case alone has me being released 7 years ago, and trying to get the powers to be to give me my day in court. It's like pulling teeth out of a camel's neck. They won't do it, and they resist me every which way. And I've had some of the best legal minds in the state of Kansas argue these facts for me, and are still trying to do so. But ma'am, with that going on, they still would not return my property to me in full, and they rejected my property claim. And I asked the warden at that time, I mean, it's crazy, but it adds to what I'm telling and trying to get your attention to grasp the atmosphere that exists here. You know, when you're firing 3 wardens, 3 captains, 3 majors, multiple lieutenants and others because of some malfeasant criminal activity or another, and you're replacing them with people within the institution, you must realize you got a problem. And it ranges from sexual misconduct, denying inmates emergency medical care. They are so, she could talk to me, one of you guys, sit down and talk with me as amicable as you can muster. And you would see firsthand, I have a large amount of evidence too. And you would see that there are days when some of these people, they go out of their way to be as nasty and as provocative as possible to make somebody make a snide remark or whatever, and they in turn make the same snide remarks. And they forfeit these guys game time from being released. And that's happened to me. I have over 750 bogus prison DR convictions.
Okay,
But I've been in prison 7 years longer than the time that I should have been released 7 years ago under these two cases of State versus Griffin and State versus Robbins.
Mr. Lynn,
And
Mr. Lynn, we're going to have to.
You would be what?
Mr. Lynn.
I push it up. I know.
Mr.
And
Lynn.
you would be welcome to write them down and read them yourself. One is 272. Page 170. The other one is State versus Robbins, and he is 258.
Mr. Lynn?
27.
Mr.
Yeah.
Lynn, the chair was directing a question to you.
Can you hold on just
Sorry,
for a
maybe I
second?
missed.
Hang on. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you are giving us information not about the case before us. So we're going to have to stop you right now, and we're going to hear from the agency. So I need you to just listen for a minute, okay? Will you do that for me? Just listen.
I hear you, yes, ma'am.
Okay, hang on a
They
minute.
are related, but talking through a phone and trying to catch my breath
I know.
is.
Just hang on.
I just came back from the hospital.
Okay.
I'm going out for another cardiac event, so bear with me, please.
Okay, so you're just going to listen, okay? Take a breath, just listen. Okay, Libby.
Thank you. With regard to claim number 7291, that does appear to involve property issues. It's obviously fairly voluminous. He references on page 4 of his claim a number of lawsuits that he has pending, that he has filed. I think he started his arguments this morning saying, I knew I'd get my relief in the 10th Circuit, which indicates that he does intend to pursue litigation. Initially, I was going to ask for a carryover because facility staff did not have time to get through this claim and investigate it. I think at this point, given the litigation status, I would ask for a dismissal pursuant to Rule 2 so that he can pursue that remedy, his judicial remedies, and then refile later.
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions? That makes sense to you? Okay. Mr. Lynn, thank you for visiting with us today. We appreciate that. We understand that you've got litigation in the court system, yes?
Yes, I have cases in the court systems. I have cases with Smith and Wesson as well.
Okay, very good. Hey, thank you so much for visiting with us today. We're going to close.
What do you guys actually do?
We're going to close this hearing now. Thank you.
This is a ridiculous process.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Libby, can you pass along?
Yeah.
Yes.
My goodness. Thank you, committee, for bearing with me through that. Okay, so our next claim is claim number 7295, and that's Jesse McLaughlin, property loss of $389.05.
Do we have tape of that? That will be recorded, yes.
YouTube.
Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. This is Merle. How can I help you?
I think they got disconnected.
Sorry, who is this?
This is Martinez on Patrick Lynn legislative hearing.
Correct. We are done with Mr. Lynn's hearing, so we no longer need him.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You should have gave me a heads up.
Thank you for calling the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
Please dial the extension number. Press the star key to start over. We will now connect you.
Hello?
Hi, is this Unit Team Brewer?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Brewer, this is Merle with the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We are trying to reach a Mr. Jesse McLaughlin. I'm sorry, what was that?
He's right here in front of you.
Okay.
Mr. McLaughlin? Mr. McLaughlin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. So we're hearing your claim number 7295 in the amount of $389.05. We have all the documentation that you sent us about your claim. You're on speakerphone with the entire committee. We'll ask you if you want to tell us anything about that claim in just a minute. And then we will hear from the Department of Corrections attorney to present their side of your issue. When we're finished, we will get back to you within 21 days with a written determination about your claim. Do you understand?
Yes. Could you tell me what the claim is regarding? I wasn't given any numbers. I had a couple of them in.
Just 1 second. It's a property loss. I have to scroll down to get the details. Just 1 second here.
You said $300?
$389.05.
What was the date on that? The date of loss?
It looks like it first started in September of 21.
Okay.
You said you would take $70 instead of $120.58 for one claim. Does that make sense? Is that the right one? Oh, that's not the right one. 7295. Sorry, Mr. McLaughlin. I scrolled down too far. Who can give me the details on this?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Merle with committee staff. This is a claimant. The claimant states that the staff failed to properly transfer his property, resulting in the loss of electronic devices. He's claiming an amount of $389.05. Mr. McLaughlin, are you familiar with this claim that you've submitted?
No, I submitted a lot of claims. I'm not seeing one. I've brought everyone I've ever submitted. I'm not seeing one for anything around $300. I know I have one I thought this might be about, but this is in 2022, and this is for $614. So hang on, I'm trying to see if I might have this other one you're talking about.
His facility claim was for 614 something. And then he's reduced it to 380 or yeah.
Yeah, Mr. McLaughlin, it does look like your facility claim for this claim was for $614.75.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's just the facility didn't give me a facility number, so I didn't know what you were referencing to. Okay, I have that one here.
So Mr. McLaughlin, are you ready to explain that one to us? We've got your documentation. I do have it in front of me. Is there anything more?
Did you receive my recent documents of newly discovered evidence I sent about a week ago?
I'm going to have staff answer that.
No, ma'am, staff has not received that document.
So, Mr. McLaughlin, we do not have that. Do you want us to?
That's not surprising. I just got your letter notice of this hearing 2 days ago. So, even though it says you sent it on the 29th, the mail must be going pretty slow.
So I have an option for you. Would you like us to carry this over to the next meeting?
So you have time to review the NDE? Yes, that would be.
If you mailed
that would be all right.
Okay. Would the agency be in favor of that?
Yes, Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. You can call me Your Honor. That'd be kind of
Your Honor. I think you've earned it.
All right. So Mr. McLaughlin, we're going to wait to receive that letter, and we will carry this over. It's going to be several months though before we are able to get back to you, but we'll put you on our agenda for the first meeting that we have. Okay.
All right, let's have lunch.
Sure. So thank you so much. We will get back to you and put you on our next agenda first item, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Madam Chair, if I may, as I indicated earlier, the next two claims, 7303 at 2:45 and 7302 at 2:55, Mr. Gogan is ill. He is in quarantine for COVID-19 and is not available. So the committee will need to take an action on those, either to carry over or they could read it. The committee can read a summary of the claim from the claimant, and the committee can provide their response. Statute does not require the claimant to be present during the hearing, though that is the traditional method. So other than that, we would then move on to the 3 o'clock 7294 with Wesley Lovett.
So before we do that, why don't we go back and take action on the ones that we've dealt with since we returned from lunch? Let's start with claim number 7290. This was Ronald Johnson from the Office of the Attorney General for a claim of $37.5 million. Motion?
Madam Chair, I move to deny claim number 7290.
Do I have a second? Second, Representative Samsel. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of denying claim number 7290 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Claim is denied. Okay. Next claim was 7301. This was Mr. Huron versus the KBI.
I'm going to delay making a motion because I think we probably see what some discussion is about how we want to address this since we talked about this being something that we've seen before. This guy is obviously out some money out of pocket. I don't know how we want to pursue this. Talking about precedent, last time we sent claimant back to his carrier specifically to have them address this. But as staff pointed out, even when we get that back, most likely what we're going to see for this amount of damage is it's going to fall within a deductible anyway. So regardless, at the end of the day, for this amount, it's still going to be out of his pocket. I hate to set the precedent where we're just paying these every time that occurs, because if that turns out to be the case, then we're back to the senator's point of then any of these law enforcement agencies would need to start including something in their budget for that piece, and we would have to expect that we're going to see more of these claims, because if we see one, there's another 10 or 20 of them out there across the state from various levels. So I'm going to stop talking at this point. I don't know exactly how we want to do this. I don't like to see people hung out in those instances, particularly for these income producing properties, but yes, what's the committee think?
Senator McGinn?
Maybe we should set precedents and start taking a look at these and paying them, because like you said, there might be one and there's 20 others out there. I just don't like the state or law enforcement or anybody to just think they can just walk away from every time there's an incident.
Well, I don't have a problem with that piece. I mean, because these aren't created by law enforcement in terms of the incidents. But I think I don't disagree with what you said about going ahead.
I was getting confused with the last one.
Yeah, maybe the thing we do is we go ahead and allow one of these, and it sets it up for the conversation within Ways and Means and Appropriations for a bigger conversation on the policy issue, because we can make our recommendation, but the policy determinations are going to have to come from one or both of those committees.
And I think that's the only way you're going to have it.
Representative Samsel?
Excellent discussion. The only point I would add on that, I think the better precedent, but I guess it maybe needs to be made by somebody else. But before I spent taxpayer money on this, especially if we didn't do anything wrong or of a negligent nature, is that the owner of the property would be looking to their insured to hopefully spend that money that's paid for, if that is the case, in order to reimburse. And I understand this one may be only a few $100 by the time a deductible is done, but that's also what they bargained for and paid for. So before I spent taxpayer money, I would be looking, so I would have some inclination to actually deny this one without prejudice, just because I think that's what we did with the last one that was here and had the gentleman go exhaust those resources and then come back to us. But on the other hand, I don't know. It seems like it's a bigger question, maybe just beyond this one.
Yes, Representative Brown.
Maybe this is a suggestion. What if we were to approve this claim in the amount of whatever the 1607.15, if we were to approve that claim on the condition that the claimant provide some documentation from the carrier in terms of a denial letter or such, knowing that this isn't going to come to head until the end of next session in front of, so if our recommendation ends up being it should be paid on the condition that by the time it's considered by either or both Ways and Means and Appropriations, that there has been a denial from the appropriate property insurance carrier.
Senator McGinn.
I would agree with that. And I think moving forward, maybe these cases shouldn't come to us until after they've already made a claim from their insurance and we have those numbers in front of us. Because it'd make a big difference if the deductible was, you know, 1,000 and yeah, right. We wouldn't have to go through it twice. That's all I'm getting at. Thank you.
Representative Samsel.
100% agree with that. And that's why I hope council takes back that the KBI tells their agents to submit that to their insurers first and see what's available there, if it is in fact insured. My only question for moving to approve the claim is, do we want to do it for the full amount, or that's under the assumption that it gets denied, but it seems like they may pay part of it. So would we do it conditionally for the amount of the deductible? Yeah, so we'd be moving to approve it in the amount of 1,000 with the hope and expectation the insurance covers the rest of it or something of that nature.
Go ahead, Representative Ralph.
If we make it conditioned upon receipt of something from the insurance company, then there would, I'm assuming within Ways and Means or Appropriations, there would be a motion to approve the claim consistent with whatever is continued to be out of pocket. So my motion contemplated approving the entire amount.
With the caveat.
Conditioned upon receipt from the insurance company of their consideration.
Representative Humphreys.
Yep, thanks for the good discussion, because I don't think we know for sure that his deductible was $1,000. He didn't really say that specifically. So I think that's a great idea to pay it with the condition that we'll look at it. I mean, because we know this bill, y'all remember, it comes up in Appropriations Committee and then it goes to the floor, same on the Senate side. So we could talk about it then and tweak those numbers. And okay, last thing. The other thing is I do think a policy is a good idea, but that's going to take a while. And for this particular owner, he had to replace the door and 2 windows. So I'd like to, you know, make him whole, and then we need to figure out what should be done about it.
Okay, I will entertain that motion then, Representative Ralph.
Move in response to claim number 7301 that we approve the claim in the amount of $1,607.15, conditioned upon receipt of documentation from claimant's insurance carrier that they have considered and determined what is or what have determined what is covered under applicable insurance policy, and that whatever they have not covered under the insurance is then paid out in the end of session consideration by Ways and Means and Appropriation.
Have a second? Representative Samsel. That was one long motion. Yes. Staff.
The reviser might have more thoughts on this, but these recommendations of the committee are formulated in a bill that's actually introduced. So just trying to clarify if this condition language, or what we're really talking about, I assume, is proviso language that reads something that like this payment is only effective if something has been submitted. And And just to clarify, when we say submitted, we are saying submitted to the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State, which could be staff, which is acceptable. I just want to clarify that we're all in agreement of what's being submitted to whom.
Okay, so I'll ask a couple of questions to make, because I don't want this to be any more convoluted than it needs to be for a $1,600 claim. Would it be appropriate to simply say that we're approving the 1607 conditioned upon receipt of a letter from the insurance carrier, period? Because at that point in time, these committees will be able to consider whatever is in that letter and make whatever revisions they want. But I'm open to whatever is easiest for staff in terms of that presentation.
I don't think a bill has ever had the proviso in it as such. I would suggest that the probably will get a letter saying we're not going to pay it because it's conditioned upon a letter. But I mean, we can ask for it for sure.
Well, I don't have any problem with that because the insurance carrier, if they won't churn out a letter that they're denying just to be churning it out, because they'll open themselves up to a whole nother basket of problems if they don't really have some coverage to it. I think they ought to at least consider it. But again, I don't want to make this more complicated in the language and such than what it needs.
We can come up with some language.
That matches our intent. Thank you. Yes, Senator McGinn, I'm sorry.
So, Muriel, you made a comment that it comes back to the claims against the state, but it's going to end up in the budget before it comes probably back to us. So just make sure there's some way that this gets noted with the staff for the budget committees, because there are a lot of times that this bill gets rushed through the committee. You know, it just says, hey, take a look at these. You got any that's a problem? And people pull out something just because they know them and that kind of thing. But just make sure it's so noted.
Madam Chair, would the committee want to put a date on when this document is due?
I don't know that we can do that because it's really up to that insurance company, right?
And the revisor could correct me, but you could put a suspense date to the that reads that the claimant must submit this document by a certain date.
And are you thinking that would be beneficial for Ways and Means and Appropriations if we have that qualifier in there? What would be the reason?
Just to ensure that they have that document, because maybe it's probably not relevant.
Consider. Okay, as a staff. All right. So yes, I'm sorry, Representative Osman.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I see two issues, I think, with the phrasing of the motion itself. And the first one is if you require that there's a denial of the from the insurance claim, if the gentleman does not get that, or if the insurance does not deny that claim, I don't know if we've made a provision within the motion itself as to what happens with regards to the $1,600 from our perspective. And the other part of it is, if we do have, if he actually does secure a denial of claim, and then months down the line, there is a denial of the claim from, say, the Ways and Means Committee, he has no recourse at that point because he has a denial that we've forced upon him, and he can't go back to the insurance company and re-request a claim at that point. So he's out $1,600 from what the KBI has told us is their responsibility within this committee.
If he gets it, in response to that, if he gets a denial from the insurance company, he always has recourse to sue them for if that denial is improper. So he's always going to have an avenue to go back in that fashion, regardless of what we do on that. And it may not be a denial. It may be yeah, we have coverage for it, but we're only covering 200 and the deductible is 1,000 for you. But us requiring that he get that from the insurance company, and he will get something, because if he doesn't get a response from the insurance company, then that's another avenue of breach of contract. Because if you submit a claim, they got to make a response one way or another. So he will always have an avenue of recovery or an avenue to pursue regardless of which way he goes in this particular circumstance.
Sorry. So I'm just wondering if he actually does secure, if the insurance company does deny the denial and says, no, we can cover this, how does this motion play into that? How do we, because this whole motion is contingent upon a denial letter being received. And if that denial letter is not received, then the motion, we don't have a recourse within what we've established here.
That's true, but if he doesn't get a response from the insurance company, then he has a cause of action against the insurance company. They have a contractual obligation to respond to his claim, one way or the other.
I was just thinking, what would, and I'm sorry, not to sort of war game this, but like, what if the insurance committee or the insurance company says you are eligible, all of these expenses are eligible for payment? Is that still a viable, open obligation of the state now because it is written into the bill? Or you're saying a committee, one of the money committees at a later point would make that adjustment?
Yeah, because that's why we've made it a requirement that it's there. So appropriations and Ways and Means isn't going to be paying something if they've got the document from the insurance company saying, yeah, we're paying this, then it's not going to be a part of that claims bill at the end of the session. I would view them as the stopgap or the safety gate.
Okay, we have a motion. Second, we've had discussion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I do, though, at some point in time, think there needs to be a policy discussion about these. And if it's Ways and Means or appropriations is the best place to do that. We see quite a few of these. Okay, and our Senator Haley. Staff will do that.
Yes, Madam Chair, we notify all the claimants in writing regarding the disposition of the claim. So this would essentially include some additional language that says in this this approval is contingent on you submitting documentation from your insurance company.
Senator McGinn.
So can this committee just also make a recommendation that a bill be drafted to be proposed or the budget committees? I mean, ultimately the president and the speaker decides where. But I mean, we put in our reports our interim reports all the time that legislation should be looked at. You're wanting to do a policy, it's not going to get very far if we just say that. It has to be in our report.
Madam Chair, I would just say this committee is authorized to introduce legislation. It does introduce the one piece of legislation. There is not traditionally a committee report generated by this committee. The bill is essentially the report. The committee would have to give some thought about how a recommendation like that would be memorialized.
I would suggest if you don't do some kind of a committee report, which would be then to have the chairman write a letter to the Legislative Coordinating Council requesting either a study on the issue or individuals can introduce bills.
Why don't I just make it easy? Somebody remind me I have a bill drafted.
We can work on that. Yeah. Staff will remind us, yes? Okay. Very good. Claim number 7273, Mr. Fitzsimmons. We heard it 205.
So I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that we did vote to approve to add that for the 7301, but I just wanted to clarify, that is paid from existing resources or that is an additional appropriation of this from the state general fund?
That was not included in the motion. What was your intent?
My intention was that would be paid from agency funds since this is a one-off. I know that wasn't their request, but that was my intention.
All right, now we're going to move to claim number 7273, Mr. Fitzsimmons, $120.58. This was a carryover. Do we have a motion on that? Do you need a minute to refresh your memory on what that was?
I'm sorry, I don't have a motion because I lost track of that one. Another email that I was addressing.
7273. Give you a minute. Did you have a motion?
Just reminding people, this Mr. Fitzsimmons claimant stated his shoes, battery charger, rechargeable batteries were seized by staff during a shakedown and never returned.
Libby, would you remind us what the agency found?
It again, sorry. Thank you. His facility claim was out of time. His cell was searched. 2 officers signed a shakedown sheet saying the only thing seized were state property, in excessive state property. They didn't seize any personal items. And that shakedown sheet is attached to our response.
Madam Chair, I move to deny claim number 7273.
Second.
Second, Representative Samsel. Any discussion? And thank you for reminding us of that. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That claim is denied. Okay, now we come to the fun stuff. Claim number 7291, Mr. Lynn, 92 and 93. Do I have a motion on this? Yes.
Madam Chair, in relation, I'm going to propose these as a package, 7291, 7292, and 7293, motion to deny all 3 claims. And again, would ask that the agency representative here point out to the agency not only the implicit but explicit threats that were made during the course of that hearing.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. All right. Then we have claim number 7295, which I think we need a motion on that. We want to carry that over. So someone needs to make that motion.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second on that? Representative Humphrey seconded. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we will carry that over. All right, now we're down to the individual who is not able to participate because he's ill. Is that correct? Ryan Goen? So the first one's a personal injury claim. What's the committee's desire? Do you want to have the agency give us their response? He cannot participate, or do we just want to go? Yes. Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the written response, it looks consistent with what we've been doing on these types of claims earlier. I'd move to dismiss without prejudice, Rule 2.
A motion and a second. Move to dismiss without prejudice. I'm sorry, Merle.
I was just going to say, it is helpful for our records if we can at least read a summary of the claim just to sort of enter it into the record.
I'll stop now. During the discussion period, can you do that? As part of the discussion, because I have a motion in a second.
This is claim 7303, Ryan Gogan versus the El Dorado Correctional Facility for personal injury in the amount of $75,000. Claimant states medical staff caused pain and suffering due to not providing him back surgery for his serious medical conditions for a period of 5 months. And then I'll also read the next claim 7304. Ryan Gogan versus the Department of Corrections for property loss in the amount of $25.75. Claimant states a pair of shorts and sweatpants were stolen when he submitted these items to laundry services.
All right, so we have a motion on 7301 and a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor, I said that's the wrong number. Sorry, 7303. Thank you very much. I caught myself. All those in favor of moving to dismiss without prejudice, claim number 7303, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that was approved to dismiss without prejudice. Claim number 7304 is the property loss. Go ahead, Mark.
Yep, I'm ready to call him whenever, because we have not conducted the hearing for Mr. Levitt yet.
But we haven't taken action on 7304 yet. That's still Mr.
Sorry.
Goen.
Jumping ahead.
That's all right. That's all right. So you read the summary. He's not able to be here because of illness. Libby, do you feel the need to present the agency's position on this?
It's very brief. I can say that he filed a facility claim. The facility response was that residents send their personal laundry to the laundry room at their own risk, so the claim was denied. He says that his personal clothing was stolen, and he offers no information showing that staff negligence was the cause of that, so we recommend denial.
All right. Senator McGinn.
Okay, this is bringing up memories of a previous meeting. And I'm just back to if they actually put it in their bag and gave it to Department of Corrections and did not receive it back. To me, that's Department of Corrections' problem. But there's something else here that you're saying. I thought I heard you say that. Did you say that they lost it somewhere else, or I'm
saying we don't know if it was lost or stolen. He says it was stolen, but either way, they're told that when they put personal laundry in to be washed, they do it at their own risk. So, and he doesn't allege any facts that would say the state was somehow.
Okay. So I'm back to they can't go down the street and go to a laundromat.
Correct.
They only have a choice, one choice, right? Or don't wash their clothes. Correct. So it's back to
them. Huh? Or don't purchase them.
Don't purchase.
I mean,
clothes?
they do have the opportunity. We do provide state issued clothing that basic needs are provided for. They are permitted to purchase other property, but they do so at their own risk. And specifically with regard to personal laundry, they are told that if they put that in the state laundry for washing, they do so at their own risk. So that's 2 warnings that they get when they do that.
I just would like to point out that he says that the KDSC laundry neglectfully allowed it to be stolen / misplaced. So he's not necessarily saying stolen. He says somehow his laundry didn't come back to him.
I think he does acknowledge that the state issued property was replaced for him, but the personal purchased property was not.
So he lost state property the same time he lost the other property?
That's my understanding from his claim. That he put his prison issued clothing in a bag with his purchased clothing and sent it all off. And then he says, they replaced my state stuff, not my personal stuff. I want reimbursement for my personal stuff.
Do we have a motion on this?
No.
I move that we pay the claim of $25 because it's just his clothing didn't come back. I understand he does it at his own risk, but we all do things at our own risk, assuming that, things are, I mean, if I just, since nothing came back, something happened to all of his clothes. And I don't know. I'm just going to move that we pay the $25.
Motion is second. I have discussion. Yes. Representative Rock.
And I think this is one of those that I understand how this tugs at us in this instance. Because I would absolutely agree with you, because the idea that it's at your own risk, I'm not sure flies in the long run, because I think somewhere in here you start talking about a bailment situation. I give you my stuff. If I go to the cleaners, the laundry, and I give them 5 shirts, and they give me a receipt back for 5 shirts, then I get to get 5 shirts. The concern that I have with an approval of a claim like this, and not necessarily this claim, but in the bigger sense, all of these claims, is I suspect that when the inmates put their laundry into this bag and it's secure and they send it off, the prison system has no way to know what was in that bag. So they probably don't care that he had 3 prison shirts and 2 pair of prison pants in there, because if they get lost, they're just going to give him some other ones, whether he actually put those 3 shirts and 2 pants in there or not. They clothe him. If he puts a sweatshirt and sweatpants in that bag, as it goes down there, the prison system has no way of knowing that that's what was in that bag in the first place. So unless we want to turn them into kind of like Scotch cleaners, so that when they're putting stuff in, we actually give them receipt for 3 purple shirts and 2 red shirts to come back. So my concern from a practical and logistic standpoint is, if we are going to pay that, how will we ever know what they sent down there that they didn't get back without putting in place a whole nother layer of logistical bureaucracy, if you will? And am I missing something there, Libby, in terms of, we don't know what they put in those bags?
Correct.
To go to, because you just can't. You'd have to have somebody doing a receipt for it, right? And then somebody's got to check it to know that that's what they had in there. That's the layer that we can. I have no doubt we can, but it's another layer of bureaucracy, if you will. I mean, of management that's going to somebody's going to have to check that ticket to the bag, because most of these folks we don't trust to tell us truthfully what they put in the bag.
Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This gets into me a problem we have on every claim, especially since we don't have the claimant before us today. But how can you assess their credibility? On this particular claim, I don't know if he actually ever even put any clothes into the basket or the bag or something else like that. If we don't approve claims like this, there may be some injustice to the claimant. If we do approve these claims, if I want new Nike clothes, I'm just going to say that I put it in the hamper and they lost it and I'd like my money for it. So, and then we get a lot of these types of claims. So I actually am going to offer a substitute motion to carry it over, just because the claimant's not here, so that the committee can hear from him directly.
Substitute motion I was going to say on the floor, but we're really not on the floor. Substitute motion in committee. Second, anybody? Second by Representative Ralph. Any discussion on the substitute motion? Representative Humphrey.
I think the substitute motion is a good way to go. I will also offer, though, that if we do pay some claims like this, it works both ways. If we don't pay them, then maybe they, the inmates are going to be less likely to say they put something in when they really didn't. But if we do pay them sometimes, maybe it also just helps the accountability. So it works both ways. Thank you.
Motion, substitute motion, and a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Haley.
Actually available to say that's what I had in it. Me. He has said already that what happened, and so if he's before us, he's gonna say that's what he did. So kicks the can down the road just to have him personally appear and give his testimony. Meanwhile, $25. I do agree there should be some procedure in place to ensure that the actual items and values are those that we're discussing. But him appearing later, I don't think it's going to change his asserting that that's what he. The other question goes beyond this, maybe a point subsequent. I think everything is inventory they have. I think most of the personal clothing and other, most of the clothing, personal clothing, should be inventoried. So if they have 3 red shirts and 2 purple shirts, that's inventory beyond their prison issued items. So then there'd be the ability to compare and contrast if some of those shirts were missing. So I'm not going to support the substitute motion because it's not going to make any difference if he shows up. He's going to say that that's what he lost already anyway, as he asserted it.
Again.
I'm going to go ahead and support the substitute motion, and that's because I don't want to just be giving people money and then they're like, then it gets around, oh, you just tell them this and you get paid for some shorts. I think they ought to make the effort of coming to the phone and asking for them. And then eventually I want to argue about, well, that's not my purple shirt.
All right, we have a motion, a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor of the substitute motions say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Anyone opposed? Very good. That motion passes. The other thing that on this topic, you really do have to have some sort of a system in place because we have, you said 9,000 inmates, right? Maybe. Yeah. Approximately. Yeah, maybe.
That's close.
So, I mean, that's thousands of pieces of laundry to keep track of. Personal but institutional. So it's it could be a tremendous burden, but it's been a great discussion. All right, now we're ready for claim number 7294. Wesley Levitt, property loss, $364.
Yes, ma'am. Molly is dialing that now. Just so the committee knows, we are due to some availability issues, we are changing up these final claimants a little bit. So the next one will be Wesley Levitt at 3 p.m. And then after that, we will have Derek Richard at following that, and then we will do Mr. Thomas Everett. And there is still Mr. Ayala. The agency requested to carry over. The claimant indicated he is currently in the hospital, but we will need the committee to take some sort of action on that last one of the day. And then motor fuel claims after that.
Levitt. Who's after Levitt?
Yep.
Richard?
Levitt. Then we'll skip down to Richard and go back up to Mr. Everett.
Everson.
Yeah, sorry, Everson. And then we'll resume with Ayala and the motor fuels.
So,
hi. Hi, my name is Molly Pratt. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Wesley Levitt available? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Mr. Levitt, is this Mr. Levitt?
Yes.
Hi,
Yes, this is him.
Hi, Mr. Levitt. This is Senator Dietrich. You are, I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Claims Against the State Legislature. You're on speakerphone with the committee, and we are hearing your claim. We're hearing your claim 7294 for $364. We have all your documentation in front of us. When I'm going to ask you to explain anything you want to about your claim, then we're going to hear from the agency, from the Department of Corrections, how they feel about your issue. We'll make a determination and we will get back to you within 21 days. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Levitt, feel free to talk to us.
Okay. The reason I was actually just speaking with the woman my unit team manager, who was the investigator on my claim, and she actually she literally just left. I wish she would have called 2 minutes earlier, but she admitted that part of the reason my claim was actually denied was in the way that when I originally went to the hole, the day that I went to the hole, she thought that my 15 days had started then for filing of a property claim, which was not the truth, because when you do go to the segregation, they only give you what is considered allowables, which is basic hygiene items, basic clothing items, things that, very, very few things that you're allowed due to segregation and or security issues for the officers that handle that particular wing. Now, I did not get out of the segregation until 15 days later, which is when I received my allowables back, including my art supplies, my electronics, such, et cetera, et cetera. So while speaking with her, while turning this stuff in to send to you guys, she had also noticed that she said, "Oh yeah, I had the dates screwed up." Well, at the same time, if you look in the paperwork that's there that you guys have, you'll notice that when the Deputy Warden, Ms. Coker, signed off on it, she also signed off as the date that I would have received my allowables back, and it even notes it in the paperwork there saying got out on 5/10. That's when I would have received my stuff back, and she actually contradicted agreeing with Ms. Roach, which is my unit team manager, and had noticed that the timeline was messed up. I went to the hole on 4/25, did not get out of the hole until 5/10, which that 15 days of because my property claim was filled out on the property claim form itself, the dates don't coincide within the 15 days according to what she thought. So therefore, that's where the mistake was made for the denial of my claim. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Committee, do you have any questions of the claimant? Okay. Mr. Levitt, will you just hang on for a second? We're going to listen now to Libby Snyder, the attorney for the Department of Corrections, okay?
Sure.
Go ahead, Libby.
Thank you. Mr. Levitt's claim is that he was sent to segregation on April 25th for possession of a weapon, and his property was left unsecured in the cell that he shared with 3 other residents. He states that his property was not removed until 3 a.m. on the 26th, and when he was released from segregation on May 10th, he noticed that there were items missing. On May 23rd, he filed a facility claim for the alleged loss, citing a date of loss of April 25th. He stated that his cell was searched at approximately 9:50 p.m., and he was taken to restrictive housing. He asserted that staff allowed his cellmates back into the cell before inventorying his property, and his cellmates stole his property. The facility claim investigator determined that Mr. Levitt received his property on April 26th, and his claim was not filed until May 23rd, which was outside the 15-day time limit for filing. In his present claim, he states that he only received a portion of his property on April 26th, and he did not discover that the items were missing until he was released from segregation on May 10th. However, although he did not receive all of his property on April 26th, he did receive an inventory of all of his property. The inventory included numerous items with check marks to indicate what was being sent to storage in A&D. Mr. Levitt signed all 4 pages of the inventory without noting any discrepancies regarding the items that he now claims. It appears that he did make a note regarding a hot pot, a surge protector, and 2 bowls, but these items were not included in the present claim, so it's possible that what happened was he reported them, they were located and returned to him. Mr. Levitt's property was packed and inventoried, and the inventory was presented to him the following day. The inventory included items that were returned to him that day, as well as items that were placed in storage. He signed it without noting any of the claimed items as missing. As a result, we can't establish that the claimed items were among his property at the time of the search. His alleged loss can't be substantiated, and there's no showing that any such loss was the direct result of staff negligence, so we recommend denial of the claim.
Questions?
May I make
one minute,
Oh.
1 minute. Yes, you can in just a
Yes,
second,
yes, ma'am.
okay? Committee,
Sure.
do you have any questions of the agency? Okay, now I'm sorry. Representative Osman.
Thank you. So when an inmate goes into segregation, do they actually receive their inventory from their cell?
Yes, often they'll have some property that is allowable in the segregation cell, and that will be taken to them. And at that time, they would be presented with an inventory, hopefully the full inventory of all of their property, as was done here. You received some items as well as a look at the inventory saying, also, there are some things being put in storage. Here's what we have. That's his opportunity to review that and make a note that, oh, there should have been a television there. Oh, there should have been, my shoes should be on this list. And that's an opportunity for us to go, well, we'll go back to the cell and look. We'll see what we can find. It's an opportunity to investigate. If they say nothing, we don't find out about it. We don't know something's missing. And then later, as now, he puts in a claim. I don't know what was in the cell at the time of the search. I know what's on the inventory. And he knew the day after what was on the inventory and didn't say that anything was missing.
Thank you. And is the inventory list itself?
May I make one point to what she said?
Not quite. We're still questioning. We're still asking questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
So the inventory list itself, is that recorded in these documents here?
I believe it's attached to his claim. Am I wrong? Oh, it is attached to his, it's attached to his claim.
All right, I'll look for it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions for Libby? Mr. Levitt, you want to say something?
Yeah. To Miss Libby's point, she is partially right on when it comes to the inventory of the forms that are sent to us. There's 2 points I'd like to make to that inventory. One of the things that was missing off my inventory, which was not noted on my inventory, was it said art supplies etc. It doesn't say specific things. I had numerous different individual art supply things, which was one of them that was missing, which was my Faber-Castell pen set, which anybody in DOC knows exactly what that is because it's a very expensive pen set, brush pen set that they took out of my art supplies, which if you look on my if you look in the inventory, it just says art supplies. It doesn't say Faber-Castell pen set or anything like that. That was one thing I did note to the officer that he did not note at the bottom of that form, along with the bowls and hot pot, which I was not made aware of that until the following day. The other point I would like to make is that when you do go to the hole and you want your sheets and blankets and stuff like that at 4 a.m. in the morning when you have nothing in that cell, the officers are so overwhelmed that they basically hold your property over your head as here, sign this real quick or you're getting nothing type of thing. I'm not trying to say that's neither his fault or mine, but it's not like I have a chance to sit there and go through every single item on that checklist. Now, did I try to do as much as possible? Of course I did. But when you asked a question earlier, if I had a chance to inventory my property, one of the people asked if I had a chance to inventory my property when I first went to the hole. Yeah, my allowables, which is a small cardboard box with just a few things in it that I'm allowed. Everything else, I don't see nothing until my day of release. So if it says art supplies on my sheet, then who am I to assume that my certain items are in there? No, it just says art supplies. It doesn't say Sharpie colored set, Faber-Castell colored pencils, Faber-Castell brush pen box set, which it's in an individual piece by itself, so it should have been marked individually on there. But I did note to the officer that needed to be marked on there just in case if it wasn't. Now, when I did get released from the hole, I did note to the officers in property immediately that those items were missing before I was was willing to sign anything. And they told me that I had to sign it and to fill out a property claim. So therefore, I followed what I was told by the officer in A&D on receipt of my property the day I was received. So therefore, I followed the steps I was told by the facility.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Levitt. Appreciate that. Committee, any other questions? Okay. Mr. Levitt, we're going to close the hearing. We appreciate you visiting with us today. You'll hear from us within 21 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
your name was who again?
Senator Dietrich.
Dietrich, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, committee, you have Mr. Richard, I believe, next. Would you like me to stay on the line and bring him in, or would you call us
Yes.
back?
If you have him there, yes.
Yeah, I'll bring him right in. Thank you.
This was another carryover request. I don't know if that's noted or not.
She's saying that this was one that the agency requested to carry over, so the agency has not submitted a response. She may be able to speak to it, but not a written response.
Committee, we have Mr. Richard here.
Thank you. Mr. Richard, do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, this is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Claims Against the State. You're on speakerphone with the committee. We have all of your information that you submitted about your claim, and it's claim number 7308, $150,000 personal injury. So we also have the agency. We have the agency here, the attorney for the Department of Corrections. So we'll ask you to tell us anything more you want us to know, and then we'll ask the agency to speak to us, and then we'll get back to you within 21 days of our decision. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you briefly tell us what your claim is about? We have all the information here.
My claim was because they had fed me some salmonella-contained food, and I sent me to the hospital in ICU. I almost died. They treated me indifferent. They left me laying on the floor while they went and searched my cube for drugs, and I don't do drugs. And I just felt wronged. Then they kept trying to feed me the same thing that got me sick. The Airmark knew the food was bad, and they had them serve it anyway. The freezers was broke. They didn't have adequate storage for the food, and they were serving it anyway. And I just felt that I needed to speak out on it, so I filed the claim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We do have your information right here. Everything that you wrote, we have it in front of us. Committee, do you have any questions? Yes, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Richard, can you hear me?
Yes.
You have a personal injury claim. It's for $150,000. So
Yes.
I was wondering the extent of your injury alleged from the food poisoning. How did you arrive at that particular amount for compensation?
Well, my kidneys shut down. My internal organs was failing. My heart was failing. Right now, when I use the restroom, I think I'm done, but I'm not. It's just a lot of mental anguish.
Do you have the medical records that these ongoing health concerns, your health concerns, came from this incident of food poisoning from that point in time?
Well, I went to the clinic about it once, and they told me that it happens when you get a certain age. I don't believe I'm that certain age yet, but, I mean, it doesn't do any good to keep trying to follow up on things because they tell you that they're not going to do anything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any other questions for Mr. Richard? Okay, then we'll hear from the Department of Corrections. So, Mr. Richard, just listen, if you will.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Richard filed a claim regarding the salmonella food poisoning issue, and when it was heard at the last hearing, I think we recommended that it be dismissed to allow him to exhaust his judicial remedies. I then received the present claim, 7308, which appears to involve exactly the same issues with some additional allegations that they continue to feed him the same chicken or processed patties or something. Facility Council has asked me to request that it be carried over or dismissed because there is currently pending litigation. Apparently, after we dismissed the previous claim, maybe it was filed before, I don't know. But there is pending litigation regarding the salmonella issue, and we would ask that this claim be dismissed without prejudice to allow that to be exhausted.
Senator McGinn, Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Representative. So is this the same person? I'm sorry, I'm a
It's
little
the same person.
Same person. Okay.
Yes.
And then I believe at that last discussion, we talked a little bit about, do you have the same protocols as KDHE when they go check restaurants?
You did ask me for information about who does our food inspections, and I did provide that to the committee in response to.
Yes, ma'am. The agency did provide details on food service site visits. That is on page 323 of the PDF packet. And I can provide just a little bit of background on this. And I think I mentioned this morning, but Derek Richard previously submitted a claim 7233 for the same amount and the similar circumstances. The committee heard the claim on October 6, 2022, and recommended it be dismissed without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2 to allow the claimant to first exhaust any administrative and judicial remedies. The claimant resubmitted that exact same claim on November 7th. Committee Rule 3B states that any claim previously denied without prejudice and refiled shall be considered as a new claim. So if the committee does dismiss or deny without prejudice, it's likely the claimant will simply come back with this claim in a short amount of time.
Thank you. Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Libby, is the pending litigation from the claimant?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Richard, is that accurate? Do you have a pending lawsuit?
No, I don't. I was told that I had to exhaust all these remedies first.
You have not filed any lawsuits?
No.
Okay.
It's the information that I had was that there is a lawsuit pending regarding that claim or in relation to that claim. It is possible, as I stand here now, that it's from another inmate. That was not said to me though, so I assume that it was by this inmate. It may just be in relation to the issue.
Okay. And Mr. Richard, I'm not sure who told you that, and I can't speak for the committee, but in my personal experience, we're often a body of last resort rather than first resort. So folks often file their lawsuits first. So we were just curious if you had filed one. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions of either the claimant or the agency?
No, I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Richard, we are going to end this portion of the hearing. Thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Happy holidays.
Same to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Representative Humphreys, you want to explain something before you depart?
Sorry, I apologize for this, folks. This is very unrelated to these claims. If you'll remember the first meeting of the year, we had a fellow named Sean Marshall, who sat next to me. Sean Marshall is a member of the Kansas National Guard. He's currently deployed overseas. He was very fond of this committee. He thought it was very interesting because it was unlike any other committee that he was part of. So we're putting together a care package for him, and I thought it would be really nice to have the claims committee sign a card for him. So I'm going to circulate this card, and if you want to write representative or senator in front of your name, I think that would help him identify how unique this is.
I try. I was looking at Representative Samsel. Yeah, whatever. All right. Okay. So the next claimant will be Thomas Everson. It's a very familiar name. Can you dial him? Go ahead. Dial Mr. Everson for us. Committee, the next claimant, Thomas Everson, 7298, $150 personal property loss.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm sorry. Sorry. My name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Thomas Everson available?
Hello?
Is anyone there?
Tried that.
There
We're
we
gonna.
go. There we are.
Oh, perfect.
Hi.
Hi, hold on. Let me put you back on speaker. Okay, Mr. Everson is here.
Mr. Everson.
Yes.
Hi, this is Senator
Yes.
Dietrich. How are you? I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We've got your claim number 7298 for $150 property loss. So I think you've been through this process before, but we have you on speakerphone with the committee. We're going to have you tell us a little bit about your claim. Then we're going to have the Department of Corrections attorney present their side of this issue, and we will give you our determination in 21 days, okay?
All right.
All righty.
First of all, I need ask you, would you remind me of the claim that I filed, because unfortunately I don't have the paperwork.
What did you just ask me? What did he say?
Could you
Number?
remind me of the claim itself, because I don't have the paperwork. I moved around and somewhere some of my paperwork came up missing.
Yes, just a second.
Yep. 1 moment, ma'am. Yeah, Madam Chair, this is a claim from Thomas Everson against the Hutchinson Correctional Facility. Thomas Everson claimant states that 2 AA batteries, 2 eyeglass frames, and 1 eyeglass case were taken during a shakedown and thrown away. Mr. Everson, does that sound familiar?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
All right, the situation was I got shaken down around like midnight when I was out at the East Unit. During the course of that shakedown, they took batteries and the eyeglass cases and a pair of eyeglasses, I think. I forget exactly the amount, but when the claim came back, it was denied based on the fact that I didn't even have paperwork on it, or something to that effect. But the eyeglasses were mine, the batteries were mine. The officer that worked in Dorm 1 at that time, Officer Anderson is the one that actually had shaken me down. And property that was taken from me was not listed on the shakedown sheet. So the OIC that was in Dorm 1 put the batteries on the shakedown sheet and signed it. And I think Officer Anderson denied himself writing it on there, and he didn't write it on there, but the OIC did, because it was missing. Everything that was taken from me was supposed to be listed on that shakedown sheet, and it wasn't. So as soon as I went back to my cube and was putting my stuff back together, as things had been taken that I noticed, I immediately let the OIC know. But again, the eyeglass frames, the batteries, all those things were things that I purchased during the course of being here, throughout my incarceration. And there's paperwork on it, supposed to be, because everything we purchased is supposed to be listed on, I'm not sure the name of the roster, but like canteen products, we ordered from various companies, all that stuff is supposed to be listed. So it's not like I just made this up. All that stuff belonged to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Everson. Appreciate that. Committee, any questions for Mr. Everson? Right. Mr. Everson, I just need you to listen for a minute. We're going to hear from the attorney for Department of Corrections. Go ahead, Libby.
Thank you. Mr. Everson's claim is that his cell was searched on June 22nd and the officer improperly disposed of 2 AA batteries, an eyeglass case, safety glasses, and eyeglass frames. He did file a facility claim. He stated that Sergeant Anderson searched his cell and threw away his AA batteries without listing them on the report. He said that he only added them after Mr. Everson argued that they should be listed. Mr. Everson stated that the batteries were brand new and not burned. He stated that Sergeant Anderson also threw away his eyeglass case that was purchased for some safety glasses, which he bought while working at Seat King. He states the lenses were in the case and he intended to clean them. Mr. Everson stated that Sergeant Anderson also threw away a pair of purchased eyeglass frames that Mr. Everson asserted he should have been given the opportunity to mail out of the facility. And the rest of my written response I would ask you to disregard, as it is a copy and paste error. And I will try to do this based on the materials that I do have in front of me. Essentially, he had safety glasses and a case that he says belonged with the safety glasses from his employment with an employer in, I think, 2017. But there's no proof of purchase. As stated in the facility response to the claim, to his facility claim, they could find no evidence that he had ever purchased the safety glasses or the case. With regard to the glasses frames, they were confiscated because they were altered. That would constitute contraband, and inmates aren't, of course, entitled to compensation for contraband property. And with regard to the batteries, they are listed on the shakedown sheet, which is attached to his claim as burnt. So it includes the shakedown report includes 2 eyeglass frames with no lenses, and it also states that he has more than 2 pair of glasses, which would be excessive property and contrary to policy. And it says 2 AA batteries with burn residue. He is not entitled to compensation for contraband, and there's no proof of purchase for the safety glasses and case. It is possible, in fact, that those were given to him by the employer for his use while working there and simply never returned. We don't know. So we are recommending that the claim be denied.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Mr. Everson?
Yes.
Hi. We're going to close this hearing unless there's something more you'd like to say to us.
Yeah, one last thing. All that property, again, I worked at Seat King. The glasses were purchased, and if you went back and looked at the money was taken out of my checks to pay for the glasses. They didn't belong to the state. They belonged to me. I purchased them legally. At that time when I worked there, we were allowed to do that, just like you could buy boots and various things out there at that time. The policy has changed over the years, but nevertheless, like I said, there's proof of purchase through the checks that I earned while I worked at Seat King. Everything that was taken from me, there was burnt residue on brand new batteries. Then the procedure is that would be smoking material. I should have received a DR. You just don't take property out of my cell or wherever I was living and decide you want to throw it away. That's not the way the policy is. I was never given a DR for burnt batteries. I don't even remember seeing burnt on my shakedown sheet. But again, if that was the case, I should have received a DR. I still have a right to fight for my property. You just can't take my stuff and just throw it away at random.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Everson. Appreciate that. Okay.
Yeah.
We are going to close this portion of the hearing. Thank you so much. Appreciate you visiting with us. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So what are we doing with Mr. Ayala 7306? He's in the hospital?
Correct. So the agency is requesting to carry over Mr. Ayala, so there won't be a written response. The agency can again probably provide a verbal response. The claimant does this material is. Can
we just not go ahead and hear this? And it's a personal injury claim.
Yes, ma'am. We can read a summary. Meredith should be online and available to read the summary of this, and the agency may possibly be able to provide an oral testimony, and the committee can make a decision. Okay. But to your original question, the claimant is not available. He left a message that he was in the hospital.
Okay, so we're going to hear claim number 7306. This is claimant Juan Ayala. I have a hard time with that last name. $500,000 personal injury claim. So is Meredith there?
Meredith, are you there?
Yes.
Can you read for us what his claim states?
Yes. So this is Juan Ayala versus Kansas Department of Corrections for personal injury in the amount of 500,000. Claimant states staff disregarded medical restrictions prohibiting his use of stairs, which resulted in a fall while descending stairs on March 29th, 2022. The claimant alleges residual hip and back pain.
All right. Agency, do you have a response to this?
Yes, this is one of them that we were asking to carry over, but I think what we need to request is a dismissal pursuant to Rule 2 so that he can exhaust judicial remedies. I believe there is, in fact, Facility Council has asked me to move for a carryover so that he can further review the claim and evaluate it. But either way, whether it's a carryover for further investigation or dismissal to exhaust judicial remedies, we would request one or the other.
Okay, questions, committee? All right. So at this point in time, I will close the hearing on that. We've got 7294, 7298, 7308, and 7306 we should take action on before anybody else has to depart, and then we'll hear from motor fuel tax refunds. So let's just take them in order, not the order we heard them in, but the order they are on our agenda. So I take a motion for 7294.
This was a claim in which the inmate said his cellmate stole his property, or a door was left unsecure by staff, and inmate stole the property.
Madam Chair, I move to deny claim number 7294.
Second.
Second.
Representative Samsel, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One no. Senator Haley. All right. That motion was approved. To deny. Okay, the second one is claim number 7298. This is Mr. Everson. We just heard from him, property loss, $150 now. You probably are familiar with his name. He's got a long track record with us. Did you want to hear the track record? Go ahead.
Molly did some research. We have heard this name before, and Molly, if you want to share some of your findings.
We researched and determined that prior to today's hearing, the committee has heard a total of 16 claims from Mr. Everson since 1988. These include 14 claims against Hutchinson Correctional Facility, 1 against El Dorado Correctional Facility, and 1 against what is now Lansing Correctional Facility. Claimed amounts range from $15 to $6,800. Purposes for claims range from property damage and or loss to non-severe bodily injury. Of the 16 claims considered, 2 are recommended for payment. In January 2007, the claimant requested $51.74 against El Dorado for property damage to his personal radio that was permanently damaged when the antenna was removed. The committee recommended payment of the depreciated price, which was $26. And then in December 2008, the claimant requested $51.64 from Hutchinson Correctional Facility for property loss. He specified that clothing items, hygiene items, eyeglass straps, and cassette tapes were lost when he was transferred, and the committee recommended payment of that amount.
Okay, thank you. All right, do I have a motion on claim number 7298? This is eyeglasses, case, and batteries.
Move to deny claim number 7298, Madam Chair.
Second?
Okay.
Representative Samsel, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Claim number 7308 is Mr. Richard. This is the one where we thought perhaps there was pending litigation.
All right, this is involving salmonella poisoning.
Madam Chair, I move to dismiss without prejudice claim number 7308 pursuant to Rule 2 of the committee.
Second from Representative Samsel. Any discussion?
How does that carry over? We got a previous one. About the refiling or
My My recollection is that we did the carryover because there was a request for some additional information about how we address food services and such. Whereas the intention of this motion is he's got litigation going on. That litigation needs to proceed in some fashion. We're not waiting for more information for us, was my understanding.
Or if he doesn't have other pending litigation, he should as first resort.
Thank you.
So it's moved to dismiss without prejudice.
I could just clarify for this committee's perspective, when a claim is, if a claim is dismissed without prejudice, that claimant will need to resubmit that claim. So they'll need to fill out the paperwork and send that in again for it to be an active claim. If it is carried over, it is simply still an open claim. So there's no resubmission.
Chair, that was my concern. So it will be specified, made known clear to the claimant that he's not out of he's not completely shut down. He would just have to refile the paperwork. I mean, would that be, I mean, when we inform them, we inform each of them of their status, to let them really know they didn't lose, if you will.
Madam Chair, if I could, the claimant is aware of that. They have submitted a claim once. It's been dismissed without prejudice, and they turned back within less than 30 days to submit that same claim. I anticipate if this is dismissed without prejudice, we will see this claim back in 30 days.
So we have a motion and a second discussion.
And Madam Chair, on that is the one I believe I commented so that he would know, but somebody apparently told him to bring his claims here first. And hopefully he got my observation that bringing it in the court of law would be his first resort. So hopefully he's not filing it again within 30 days unless he's first pursued it in a court of law.
Is that possible for you to mention that in your determination to him?
Our notice to him can include language that the committee, further the committee recommends that the claimant first exhaust all judicial remedies.
All right. So we have a motion, a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay. And then last we have claimant one, Ayala, $500,000 personal injury. Motion.
Madam Chair, make the same motion in regard to dismissal without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2 of the committee for claim number 7306.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Last thing is a review of the motor fuel tax refunds. This is a carryover because there was a question about refrigeration, perhaps. Was this it? Yes, Johnson Feed, South Dakota. So who is going to do that for us? Terry? Welcome.
Hello. Okay, like you said, last time I was here, you guys had a question about the claim for Johnson Feed, and it was for what, $2,854.33. It was a great question. Unfortunately, I don't know what every one of these businesses do, so I apologize that it did take me some time to get back with you. Would you like me to read what I had emailed in regarding why this company was asking for a refund and what their business is? Or do you just have any questions?
Committee, have you read the response, or would you like a quick summary? Quick summary. We're tired of reading.
I don't blame
you. To the end of the day. You don't need to read it to us. Just give us the highlights.
The question was on Johnson Feed. It didn't necessarily sound like a trucking company per se, but after doing some research, I looked in, they're actually refrigerated units. So the refrigeration, if it runs off a separate motor as the vehicle itself, it is eligible for a refund. So they had over 200 vehicles also in the refund, so that it kind of accounts for the amount of fuel and the refund that they were questioning.
Was there also some question about where they were in relation to, they didn't sound like Kansas?
Yes, Johnson Feed, out of South Dakota. They had different locations. Let me see. Well, that's actually not uncommon. They don't have to be based here in Kansas. They just have to buy the fuel here.
So they bought their fuel.
Yeah, I forgot. This one is out of South Dakota. They travel through our state, and they actually show us fuel receipts. We do ask for proof, but that fuel was used for what we call reefer units in their refrigerated trucks. It does sound a little odd, but we do have approximately maybe 7% of all claims are trucking companies. It's not exactly what this was meant for. This permit was, but this permit has been around for so long, as has this legislative claim part.
Does that answer your question?
So I wasn't interested in this the first time around, but now it makes me a little more curious. So is it a circumstance where any trucking companies, not from anywhere, could be making this request for refund for fuel that they purchase in Kansas as they're passing through?
Yes.
For example, for a reefer unit.
Yes, exactly. They bought the fuel here. It's not being used on any road, and we do allow the refund. There's not a lot of people that know about it. We do have a lot of these refund claims are backed by some companies that look for refunds so that they can take an amount. I don't know what those are called, but we do have a couple companies that reach out to people like trucking companies, over the road trucking companies, and get refunds.
So is this a circumstance where, from a policy perspective, is that something that some legislative committee should be looking at closing up or tightening this? Because it seems like if someone's passing from New Jersey to California, and just because they buy fuel in Kansas for their reefer unit, maybe that's not somebody we intend to be providing a refund to.
I think if we look at that, then we've got a lot of other things to look at.
Fair enough.
Because this ruling or this law is really old, and we're getting claims now that are sometimes can be very questionable. I also don't feel that the legislative claim part of it is, that's just my opinion. It's not, they have a year. We extend it for 2 more years. With everything that's done electronically, et cetera. Truly, that is my personal opinion. That probably bears no weight whatsoever.
Any other questions or discussion on this? Senator McGinn?
Well, at first I would have thought it was some commerce thing to keep them from driving through Missouri or Colorado. Now I think it's a 11% Menards promotion.
Quite possibly.
Because you all know somebody just buys those and they make money because nobody turns them in. So now we got somebody doing that for these guys. So anyway, I think this should get looked at.
We'll make note of that. So we have to approve these motor fuel refund claims that are in your packet. They're in the amount of $7,086.73, of which this is one of them. Motion?
Madam, I move that we approve the motor fuel tax refunds proposed in the amount of
$7,086.73.
so moved.
Second? Second, Senator Haley. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? You want your last vote to be a no? Taxes, I voted no on taxes. That's wonderful. All right. All right. Motion passed. So, committee, thank you so much. Merle, what?
I have
I want to
some,
thank people.
I'm sorry, ma'am, before you thank people, I do have some data to share with the group.
Okay.
So by my very quick calculations, today the committee, in standard claims, the committee approved 5 claims totaling seven standard claims totaling $7,778. That does include that KBI claim with conditions. So that's a total for the entire year of standard claims of 18 claims. A total amount of $15,895.81. The committee also approved 9 motor fuel refund claims for a total of a little over $7,000. So for the grand total, including motor fuel claims, is $22,982.54.
Much better than last year.
Total claims, excluding the motor fuel claims, was 80. Approved standard claim, the percentage, I need to adjust that. But so total claims heard was 80. Percentage of those that are corrections related was 73.8. Total standard claims approved was 18. So 18 of 80 claims.
Did a nice job. Nice job, everybody. Want to say goodbye to Representatives Ralph and Sam, so won't be back with us next year. Thank you so much. Thank you for substituting. We did good work. Thank you all for being here. It's always interesting, especially our last day. A little interesting, wasn't it? But thank you all.
You were on fire.
Thanks, staff, too. Yes, thank you, staff. Well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Happy holidays, everybody. Thank you all. Thanks for our substitute committee assistant here, too. Hopefully we didn't give you too hard a time. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Committee is adjourned.